All right. Welcome to Live Line powered by SportsbookReview.com. Well, that's two down. We got two to go. We're at the halfway point of Wild Card Weekend, and we ended yesterday in the black. It was a good day for all of us. 16 winners on prop sides and totals on day one. Two-dime day for me personally. And now we move to Sunday. You guys know what we are. We're the most profitable live betting show in the country, and we're going to do what we always do, try to build on that profitability and grind away for a few units profit. We'll go over all the props, all the angles to try and find the edge for you guys at home. And today we focus on the NFC. We kick it off with the Minnesota Vikings as they travel to the Superdome to take on the Saints in Game 1. And we cap it off later this afternoon with the Seahawks and the Eagles. So let's get the party started because I've got the boys with me. Flash and Spread. Tyler will be with us shortly. Donnie will check in pregame. What's going on, boys?
All good, my lad.
What's up? Good. I'm doing pretty good, Jay.
Yeah.
Along with every other NFL fan in the country, I've been celebrating all night the destruction of the evil empire. We all knew that Death Star was going to get blown up eventually. Just who the hell knew that the rebels would be the Tennessee Titans? I hear you, Flash. I hear you.
Yes. All right.
But you gotta understand, Flash. You guys have been playing the role of the villain for 20 years.
Oh, he gets it.
Yeah, I just didn't realize how emotionally affected I'd be after the game and towards the end. I mean, it was one of those where.
Oh, how dare you? How dare
I was obviously on the wrong side. I now know how you felt. I've only had one of them nights, or maybe 3 or 4 of them nights in maybe the best part of 20 years. So
you know what? I hope you shed a tear last night.
No, I'm not shed a tear, but I was definitely devastated. I was definitely gutted, and it affected me more than I thought it would because of I started thinking that maybe I'd won't see Tom Brady again, and then I thought to myself, how much did I actually love the Patriots, or did I really love just Tom Brady? It's really strange. I'm thinking, what am I going to see now in the quarterback position? And also, they're shot to pieces with receivers and. I just think to myself, wow, am I going to be like a normal team now?
You know what crazy. I hope? I hope they trade for Kirk Cousins. That's what I hope.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. And another thing is, does Bill Belichick, does he leave as well now?
I don't know, man. No. I hope so. I hope so. A man can dream.
A man can dream.
Yeah. So yeah, it was a very strange feeling for me last night, and obviously my whole Twitter account was just awash with glee. Is probably the best way to put it. They went out, and it's the way they went out. You know, if they went out 31, 34 or something like that.
There's nothing better than seeing these 25, 26-year-old Patriot fans that know nothing about losing, and they're like, "Oh, I'm devastated today." I'm like, "Fuck you, man! Shut up."
I get that because for the first 15 years or 16 years of me being a Patriots fan, we won jack all, you know.
Right.
So, and then all of a sudden, it's almost like there's nothing worse than hope, and then all of a sudden, the triumphant get together. And we take all before us, and it'll probably be the best legacy in the history of the game. I don't see anyone else coming on and doing it. So, yes, it was a sad day yesterday.
Well, we move on to the NFC today, and we kick it off with the Vikings in to play the Saints. We are seeing line movement. Bovada right now hangs an 8, but Bet Online and Bookmaker now hanging a 7. Everywhere else is basically 7.5. My early thoughts on the game are the Saints roll. I really believe that. I think in order for the Minnesota Vikings to be successful in this game, they are going to have to rely heavily on Dalvin Cook, and I just don't know if he is healthy enough to take on the load that they're going to have him take on in order to win this football game. And I think it's huge that Adam Thielen hasn't been playing at 100% for 4 to 6 weeks now. And the only reason he's out there is so that Diggs doesn't get double covered every game. I'll kick it off with spread because I know spread's on the Vikings. So, spread, why do you like the Vikings?
All right, and it's not a 1 unit play. It's not like I love the Texans yesterday. But my idea here was, and I'm sure if you ran the numbers, because I'll bet you our numbers are pretty close, that I had this game, I had it about as -5. How many points better did you have the Saints better than the Vikings on a neutral?
Let me pull up my power ratings now. Hang on.
I only had them 2 points better. That gets you to either 5 or 5.5. I'm crossing through the key number. I'm getting 8. I actually snagged an 8.5 last night. So I thought there would be late money coming in on the Saints. I thought I'd wake up and maybe be regretting it because I could have got 9. I'm surprised the late money's coming in on the Vikings.
You saw an 8.5 and grabbed that. That's a good number.
Yeah, I thought it was too. Basically, go ahead.
Yeah, I have Minnesota 3 points, 2.5 points better than an average team on a neutral, and I have the Saints 7 points better than an average team on a neutral. That's 4.5. I would say you give the Superdome 3.5 home field, and that's 8. And
so we have a difference in numbers. So I had the Vikings better. They actually have a higher ranked defense as much as we talk about the Saints defense.
True.
The Vikings defense is statistically better. And I feel like the idea of why we're getting all these extra points is really the name value of Kirk Cousins and how poorly he's performed in prime time and in the big spotlight games. He is in his preferred slot. So is it a pressure thing or is it a body clock thing? I think that's something that we'll find out today. If my assumption is correct and it is a body clock thing, maybe we'll see the best of Cousins. Not to mention that he doesn't have a lot of pressure on him today. It's not like, say, the Green Bay game that we watched on Monday night where he was expected to win, right? I mean, that was a failure and kind of a referendum on Cousins' success. I think he's going in here free rolling. Nobody expects a lot from him. That should help him a lot. He's got 2 great weapons. Let's see if Thielen's a little better. I know he was banged up, but he's had an extra couple weeks with kind of the week 17 being a bye week for Minnesota. And I just think these teams are closer than the numbers suggest. So this actually comes down to a power ranking difference between us, Jay, because I only have the Vikings 2 points worse than the Saints.
My question to Anthony and Flash would be is how important is a shitty captain on a very good ship?
And there's a few factors here. There's a few factors. I see either the Saints blow out and just completely crush them because of obviously what we've seen from Cousins in prime time, or we see the Saints who allowed Carolina to go in their backyard and put up 30 and they get a last-second field goal. I think this is mainly going to be, and we've got to be sharp today. I mean, this is an in-play props. I don't really like many of the lines early on. If Cousins comes out shaky, I mean, his number at 268 is a dead under. You must go up. We go under. I'm liking the under in the game as well, to be honest. I'm thinking that the Saints just maybe want to get the win because for all said and done about Cousins, this Vikings D it is a real D.
Yeah.
This is really one of them games where if you talk to me for 20 minutes, I'll come out with every single conclusion. It'll be a blowout for Saints. It'll be a 21-17 game. It will be the Vikings smother them and find a way. It's like, I think you either go blowout for Saints or you go Vikings money line.
What do you think, Ant?
My opinion on the game's a little bit skewed due to the fact that I had the Saints -1.5 in a teaser with the Bills. So I'm already got the Saints -1.5 on this game with the Bills into my teaser winning. And I just came back the other way and I took the Vikings +7.5.
To try and catch a middle?
Oh yeah, I do that almost every time. When the second half of my teaser, when I need that second half of the teaser to hit, I come back the other way and try to middle it almost every time. So I'm essentially free rolling the game minus the 10 cents juice. So that's kind of my opinion on that from how I've bet the game. But when you want to break down the game, I kind of want to ask you, Jay, because I'm kind of surprised that you have the Vikings this much low. That your actual power rating has this as an 8-point game.
Yeah.
When did you start downgrading the Vikings? Because I know throughout most of the year, you had the Vikings at like number 2 in your PRs.
They're number 6. They're number 6 in my power ratings right now, which is not low. I'm considering, 12 teams make the playoffs, right? I got them in the upper half, and I've had them in this between 5 and 7 range for most of the season. It's like I'm not a big believer in the Green Bay Patriots. The Green Bay went into Minnesota.
Packers?
Yeah, I mean,
no, we love that. We love that.
I meant the Green Bay Packers. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not a huge believer in the Green Bay Packers, right? But they went into Minnesota and they put up 23 on the road in Minnesota. I think that translates to over a 30-point day for the Saints in the Superdome. I mean, it's going to be deafening in that stadium. Like Minnesota's they have a task in front of them. And I think if you can count on the Saints today to put up 30, and their team total's 29.5. So the book is thinking right around what I'm thinking. If you count on them to put up over 30, that means you need the Vikings to put up a minimum of 24. And I don't trust Kirk Cousins against, the Saints are the 10th or 11th ranked defense in the league right now. I just don't trust him on a national stage to do that. The guy crumbles every time we see him in a big game, So I just think that the Patriots, I think this is a 31-17, 34-20 type of game. That's how I see this game.
I definitely wouldn't be surprised if that happened. But I definitely see spread's point of view and on taking the points with the Vikings. I mean, you got a top 6 team catching more than a touchdown.
I don't begrudge. Yeah, I don't blame anybody for taking more than a touchdown with a team that's 6th in my power ratings. So I get it. I get it.
The other question I have too is how much do we want to rely on the narrative of Kirk Cousins sucks in big games, versus just going off of the overall body of work and numbers that create your numbers.
I think when a player shows you what they are in a big game, you have to eventually believe them. And I think he is just not good under the brightest of lights. And that's not going to change unless he consistently gets over the hump.
To play a little devil's advocate on you, you say he is really good at 1:00 on a Sunday.
That's true.
Technically speaking, this is 1:00 on a Sunday.
Spread said that. Is it a body clock thing, or is it just mentally he cannot perform under high pressure situations? We're going to find that out today. We're going to find that out. Yeah, I don't know, man. And plus, they're not they're 2 out of their 3 best weapons are not fully healthy. Like Dalvin Cook is not 100%. Adam Thielen's not 100%. You would expect the Saints to take Stephon Diggs out of the game, right? Good defenses take best players out of the equation. That's Stephon Diggs by a mile if Dalvin Cook is not healthy. So I don't know. What do you think, Flash?
I'm leaning, the more and more I think about it, I'm leaning towards a defensive game and going against the trend.
So you're saying lower scoring means take the points?
Yeah, I do. I think that you've got to. I mean, obviously, when 8.5 was available last night, and now you're looking at maybe 7.5, and they're edging towards 7. I mean, I've just looked at under 42 points at plus 240, but I'm thinking, is that just a little bit too low? And it's between 42 and 46. It's a really, really strange game, this, and I'm going to really try and be sharp as I possibly can on the in play and try and get a real grip on it, because there's 2 types of Saints. There's the Saints that come and throw the ball and they execute every single play and they'll put up 40, no dangers. But then you've also got the Saints that can be stopped, and the Vikings are the type of side that will stop them.
I think that this offense for the New Orleans Saints is a clock. It is like a grandfather clock. It's an offensive machine. They break records every fucking game, it seems like, whether it's a passing record, whether Michael Thomas breaks a record for most receptions in a season. I think that you could set your clock on the fact that they're going out and hanging fucking 30 in that dome today. So to me, the question becomes, is Kirk Cousins and the Minnesota Vikings up to the task to keep up?
I think that's why we're priced out of every over on the Saints offensive props. I mean, how do you bet an over 9.5 receptions for Michael Thomas? Sure, he's going to get, 10, 11, 12 receptions on plenty of occasions. At the same time, he's going to get 7, 8, 9 on plenty of occasions too. But his total's 9.5. How do you bet a receiver over 115?
Yeah. The props on Michael Thomas are fucking insane. What's crazy?
Just his yardage. It's over 100 yards.
Yeah. What's crazy is he's been going over half the time. That's what's nuts.
Well, yeah. So I don't want to bet an over half the time laying 10, 15 cents juice. I don't want to bet coin flips laying juice. It's like, they just priced you out of all of his props. That's what's frustrating. It's not even fun to bet on these Saints because it's like, holy crap, I got to get 320 yards in order to get a Drew Brees over on his yardage prop. It's insane. That's why I've been looking more at the I've been glancing a lot at these Vikings props because sidewise, I think we've kind of discussed that. But have you looked at some of these props? I've been looking at the one that I picked out. It popped in my head real quick when you were talking about Thielen's not been healthy and he might be a decoy. I'm getting big plus money on Thielen's under 3.5 receptions here. You think that's a pretty good look?
I think these numbers are indicative of how little of a factor he's been. 2 years ago, you would have never seen 50.5 receiving yards and 3.5 receptions on Adam Thielen. He was one of the best receivers in the game. You know what I mean? So, I lean under 50.5 yards for Adam Thielen, only because of what we've seen from him recently. He just doesn't look right.
But what I'm looking at too is like his reception prop is 3.5, but it's still massively juiced to the over. So I can actually get Thielen under 3.5 at my number is at plus 130.
That's probably because I have 4.5. Let me check and see what I have.
How many field goals do we think? Because I've got 4.5, over 4.5 here at plus 250.
Oh, that's a tough ask over 4.5. I mean, that's 5 field goals. That's
you do have the advantage of the dome, so they will be more likely to kick rather than see some of those short field punts that we saw yesterday out in the cold.
I'm really edging towards just trying to make sure that I'm on plus money. I might go with the under 42 at plus 240 and under 46.5 at plus 140.
Wow, that's ballsy, Flash.
I know. I'm just thinking that the Vikings, if they're going to have any chance in this game, they can't get involved in a shootout. So they've got to make sure that they just close them down and they get to Brees, and then that brings in the sacks market as well. I think that's the way we've got to go. We've got to go against the public of this is going to be 45-25. Do you know what I mean? I think we've got to have a little look at the difference in this is a wild card game with 2 potential Super Bowl teams. I don't think there's any doubt about that. If Minnesota go in here and they win the game, they're a dangerous proposition for the. We've said this all along. They're a dangerous proposition all the way through this NFC.
And
if Cousins is on,
well, that's it.
And the Saints are 13-3. They're a 13-3 wild card team. That's crazy.
And the Saints were the unluckiest team in the whole of the NFL last year. And I said at the start of this year in our very first show, there's a part of me that hopes that the Saints get redemption for the way that they were robbed last year because it was an absolute disgrace on a sporting level. Now, that means we're going to get involved with sentiment again, and I very rarely get involved in sentiment.
What number do you have for Stephon Diggs receptions? I'm seeing over 3.5 minus 175.
Wow.
have FanDuel.
I had a higher one with less juice. Let me double check mine right now.
I have Stephon Diggs over 4.5 plus 120.
What about his receiving yards at 65.5?
That's exactly the number I got, 65.5.
That's bad news for me if I've got the same number as you.
I mean, he is talented enough to go blow by that number. It's just a question if Cousins is going to find him.
Exactly. So then we say, how much pressure are the defensive lines going to put on the QBs?
Well, do we want to go towards Dalvin Cook's reception props? He's pretty good at catching balls out of the backfield, and his reception prop is at 3.5, which is a pretty attainable number.
This is one of them games, gentlemen, that we sit there, and if we just go blind, then we say this is Saints all the way, more than a touchdown because of Kirk Cousins and because of the way that Drew Brees just moves the ball. But then when we delve into it and we get further and further and closer to the kickoff, we look at the defense of the Vikings and say they've got to turn up today, and they're in a dome.
If you believe in the Minnesota Vikings today, you have to go over 65.5 rushing yards for Dalvin Cook, because I think it's the only way that they're going to win the game.
Wow.
That's low for Dalvin Cook. I think he's the best running back in football.
He hasn't reached that, though, in his last 4 games played.
Yeah, he hasn't been healthy.
What sort of book is this?
Is he healthy, though, now? If he's healthy,
I don't
I'll
think
take that
so.
reception.
I don't think he is. I don't think he's fully healthy. I don't think Adam Thielen's fully healthy. I can get receiving yards on Michael Thomas as low as 104.
I'll tell you the one you must go for, though, Jay, or you must be looking at. Kamara rushing yards under 61.
I like that. I actually like that, and I think
I have down week in, week out.
That's a really good number, Flash. I have 55.5 at DraftKings. Let me
Alvin Kamara under. Do you think under 61.5 is a good number then for him?
Yeah, because he's such a weapon catching the ball. Plus, they have Latavius Murray in there to run the ball also.
But he's short yardage. My worry on the Kamara prop is if I am wrong and the game plays out like you say, Jay,
they run.
If they're up by 10 in the fourth quarter, it should be a heavy dose of Kamara out of the backfield and Latavius Murray to switch spots. Now, if it's a close game, that's where you'll see more of Kamara as the explosive weapon being used in the slot out of the backfield, being used as checkdowns as Thomas and company stretch the field. I think that Kamara one's real shaky. I'm looking at the way that you handicap the game.
I'm looking at his game logs. The only game where he's just blown that 61.5 out of the water is recently against Tennessee, but that's because he had a 40-yard run mixed in there. So obviously you're going to hit every over if you break a 40-yarder. What are the odds he breaks a 40-yarder against the Vikings defense here?
What do we think about probably bad? What do we think about the sacks prop?
4.5 seems about right to me. I didn't really. I already looked at that. I didn't see anything that really stuck out. If I could take the over at less juice, but I think it was like minus 130, so I passed.
Our guy Rich G was on a bunch of props, and he went over Diggs, Dalvin Cook over 65 rushing yards, Diggs long reception over 25.5. I think I like that. Diggs over 66.5 receiving yards, and Michael Thomas over 150 receiving yards at plus 300. Murray over 29.5 rush yards. So he thinks that Cook and Diggs have a good day for Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm actually about to put in some of these props. I have some that I like here, and I'll let you know what I'm going to make official here in a minute. All right, I'm going to take the Alvin Kamara under 61.5. I think that's a pretty good look there at minus 115. I'm taking Dalvin Cook over 3.5 receptions at -130. And just because the price is good and he hasn't really looked that well lately, Adam Thielen under 3.5 receptions at +130. These are all half unit plays.
Flash, all right, and just throw those in the chat or whatever you're going to make official. Throw in the chat.
Right, I've got one that I'm making official straight away.
What do you got?
Two. I've got two, so you can pick them. I'm going to take the Vikings at +4.5 first half.
Bless you.
Excuse me.
And that's at -105. Vikings +4.5 first half.
Vikings first half +4.5 -105. What else you got?
And I'm going to go under 46.5 total at +140.
Wow, that's ballsy, bro.
But I know. I'm just expecting it to be a bit cagey, a bit tight, everyone a bit sort of. I think there'll be drop catches. I mean, they'll try and stop the runs. I'm just seeing this game I'm trying to look for the value. Obviously, I'm not going to go mad on these because obviously we had such a good day yesterday, and it seemed to be. This is too obvious. Do you know, like when you look at something and it was all too obvious? It's too obvious for me to just go. Because you know what I'm like with the Saints. I've done it 2 or 3 times this year. I've juiced them up. I've gone 1-7, wins by 7-12, 13-18.
Donnie, talk to me, bro.
Let's after the second half, we got no points last night. Good Lord, I'm lucky I even woke up today, man.
What do you think, Donnie?
I think this game's awesome. I mean, I guess it's going to come down to which better pass rush is going to get home on one of these two quarterbacks. And the thing I keep looking at, matchups are everything. I mean, Griffin and Hunter are awesome defensive ends. But if you're going to pick 2 tackles to get after them, wouldn't it be Armstead and Ramczyk in this game? I mean, 2 of the best in the NFL. That's where I think it comes down to. And also, if this game was played out, let's just say it was still played in New Orleans, right? And they somehow cut the dome off the Mercedes Dome and just flipped it over and said, all right, it's going to be an outdoors game. It would completely change my complexion of this game. But it's so loud. I can't get over it. It's so loud in the dome. The offense is at such a disadvantage playing down there. It's hard to not take the Saints. But again, price point is where it's going to be at.
Have you made a pregame position?
Yes. I mean, we said it yesterday. I waited, and I gave this out to my players as well. I took ate a little bit of juice, -125 to -130, but I took the Saints -7. I don't see the Vikings and Kirk Cousins coming in here into the dome and pulling out a victory. So if I can't feel confident with that, over a touchdown, because maybe if you're out there at 7.5 and 8 and you say, you know what, maybe that back door is going to be available. I hear you on that. But I'm just confident the Saints win this football game. All the numbers pertain to it. Every time they play in big games down in the dome, Drew Brees goes wild. There's some really good matchups in this game, I think, for the New Orleans Saints.
I agree.
What's that, Flash?
Total. Because I'm looking at this game and I want to go against the trend. I want to buck the trend because I think that the defenses, we know that the Saints, they either blow out or they're in tight games. And I've gone with the middle of under 46.5 at +140.
Boy, I'll tell you, Flash, and you bring up some really good points here with bucking some of the trends because I got burned a little bit yesterday. The first halves really went according to plan, but in playoff football, in the same way with Major League Baseball does with like bunting and getting the runners over, we're punting from the 36-yard line in the playoffs from 4th and 5, and I look at this football game and say, all right, old school coach Mike Zimmer, if he gets 4th and 1 from the 50, is he just going to be like, hey, I'm going to lean on my defense and punt it down to the 5? I got to tell you, in the second half of like regular season games, it seems like teams are more apt to go for it and put points on the board. And what we saw yesterday was just teams playing it safe. That plays into what you're looking at, Flash. And I heard you say like the 46.5 getting a plus money number. So if you think it's going to stay under 50, it's probably going to stay under 46, 47, right?
Yeah, that's it. And I'm getting plus money. I just look at these two sides, and you don't get a happy medium with the Saints. They either put up 30 plus, or they'll be sitting at 17, maybe even 19 points. I'm thinking to myself, I think this is a massive in-play game where we go at halftime and we can have a real adjustment.
I agree.
All night, Donnie, after the show till like 4 in the morning, I've been thinking to myself, do I take the Saints -6.5, -135, or do I just lay the 375 on the money line? Like that's where I've been all night.
I mean, look, when it's a big money problem. So if you have enough money, which you probably do, Jay, after little Titans action last night on the money line, it's not a bad option because sometimes when you look at games and just overall, do we think Minnesota can hang in this? They have a lot of talent, wide receivers, running backs, their defense, great defensive coordinator who's their head coach, and Kirk Cousins can get hot. But when it boils down to it, we said the same thing, Jay, all week long. What's the one team you would be most shocked with losing in the wild card round?
It's Saints.
100%.
Yeah. What do you think about 4.5 sacks? Do you think we see sacks today?
Yes, I do think we see sacks today. You're talking about, first of all, New Orleans doesn't get enough credit for the defense, especially the defensive line. And again, we're talking about not a great offensive line and that piercing sound of the crowd where the defensive line gets the jump from the Saints side. Yeah. And then when you flip it over to the other side, you're not going to shut out Griffin and Hunter. Do I think the Saints tackles do a good job? They get their guy. You know what I mean? And Drew Brees, not exactly the most fleet of foot in the pocket at this time in his career. I think he'll get sacks because why? I think we're going to get a lot of passes today.
I think you're right. I'm taking that over 4.5 sacks at Bet365 minus 120. I'm going to make that a play.
Yeah, Kirk Cousins down late in the ball game with that loud crowd, defense pinning their ears back. He's going down at least once in that last 3 minutes. So I think you'll be all right. Yeah.
Have you looked at any props? You like any props?
I didn't look at any props in this game. I was more focused on like first half full game type wagers. I haven't seen anything. Just spit them out though. I know you guys really big on props. Some of those are really good stuff. They're fun to chew on.
Do you agree with the sentiment that Dalvin Cook and Adam Thielen have not looked healthy the last 3 to 4 weeks?
You know what the flip side of that would be is I don't think they were both 100% healthy, but we're talking about two different injuries. Like if Dalvin Cook, as long as his shoulder stays somewhat right, his legs aren't affected. And that's where he eats at. He's not going to run up the middle on 3rd and 1 and run in the linebackers. But when you talk about Adam Thielen, you're still recovering from a hamstring. So maybe it's iffy. Maybe you can't make that tough breakout. Maybe you can't go 50 yards in a full sprint to try to catch a deep ball. I think it's bigger of an injury on Thielen's end of it than I do Dalvin Cook.
We're looking at like 65 rushing yards for Cook and 53.5 receiving yards for Adam Thielen.
Now, I'm probably more comfortable with Dalvin Cook because when you're looking at the game plan of this, again, the crowd is loud. He's a weapon. You're going to use him. What are we figuring on Dalvin Cook's carries today? He's got to get at least 20 carries, right? If they have
if they have any chance of winning this game, he's got to have 20 carries.
And see, let me come in there because if he has 20 carries, that clock is going to get eaten. So that brings in the under as well, or it forces Breeze to throw you like your 35, 45-yard passes. The other one I liked was, I'm going with a little bit of an under sort of starting base, but the Vikings at plus 4.5 in the first half, if they're going to try and keep this tight.
I actually like the opposite of that, Flash, because again, you're looking at a correlated. So if you like the Saints full time, I'm in the same boat that says if the Saints are down, Vikings are down 10 at the half, I don't think they're going to cover this ball game. So if you think the Saints are going to be in this game, the Vikings be in this game, they're going to cover that 4.5 in the first half. I'm a little bit on the opposite side. I just think New Orleans will be able to come out, use the crowd, get the propellers going early, so to speak, and cover that, because I think the Saints will be up at the half covering the full game and also cover the full game. But again, if your point is, I think the Vikings can hang around. If they're not hanging around and covering the 4.5, I don't think they're going to win with Kirk Cousins in that dome in the second half.
No, and that brings in my other one, Joe.
17-10 at the break.
I said it yesterday, right? It's perfect score. Yes. Yep.
Yeah, and the other, so that brings in Cousins under 270 yards.
My worry is that what if they're behind and he gets
that's
garbage?
Then he gets picked.
Because Flash, if we're looking because I know Jay is on the Saints. I think the Saints get to 30, and if the Saints get to 30, there's a lot of throwing going on by Kirk Cousins on the other side.
Yeah, there's a lot of interceptions as well.
Correct,
and there'll be pass interference flags on Eli Apple.
Yeah,
because you just throw.
Yeah, I think if
shoulders turned, that's him.
If you kept the game the way that Jay said, you might even look at over on his attempts. I think I saw 33, but I mean, if they're down by 2 scores, right? He should be throwing a lot, and he should be getting a lot of check downs, keeping those drives going, especially against a prevent. I think an over in attempts might be worth a look if you're heavy on the Saints to win.
Yeah, that feeds right into the sacks, overall sacks too. Yeah,
I think this game is so massive on the toss, because if you're the Vikings and you win the toss, you receive. And you try and silence and do what Tennessee did yesterday and go out and go wallop. We're gonna hit you early. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those. I keep looking at this game, and the more I look at it, I swing from one way. I wouldn't be surprised if the Saints go and absolutely blow it out, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's a dogfight neither.
What do you expect from Alvin Kamara today, Donnie? More yards receiving or more yards rushing?
I'm going to say more yards receiving in this one because I don't think the game plan of the Saints is going to be let's start running the football all over the place and do some things. I think the Saints will do what they do because I do think they have some mismatches. You're talking about two of the top 4 corners on the Minnesota Vikings not playing in this football game, signing some guys off the street, which you know how that goes. And then all you're talking about is one nicked up or hamstring injury from like Trey Wayans or Xavier Rhodes, and all hell breaks loose in that secondary. They are very good. The Saints are very good. Excuse me, I keep on saying the Saints. The Vikings are very good at safety, at run plays, with Smith and Harris coming up. They're not that great against the pass overall.
I kind of like Alvin Kamara longest reception over 12.5. He can get that on a screen, 12.5 yards.
Oh, of course. No, I actually think this is one of those games where you save Kamara, maybe don't use everything you need and say, all right, it's the playoffs. Let's just let it rip. And he's going to be on turf. So, yeah, I'll be having Kamara props.
So the boys in the chat saying that Eli Apple's out.
What were you saying, Ant?
Yeah. So I was saying, so you would like that?
Yeah, I was going to tell you that, Flash.
Kamara under 61.5 rushing yards. That's the prop I took.
I think he has more receiving than rushing in this game. I do.
Yeah.
Also, to go back what you're talking about with that Thielen injury, you think there's value on Thielen under 3.5 receptions at plus 130?
It's tough because if this was flipped over, like the Vikings were favored by 7, like you might say, well, in the fourth quarter, they're not really going to be throwing all that much. But if I'm like the way I think it's going to go, like somewhere around that 31-20, 31-17, 28-17 game, you might get the whole fourth quarter where Kirk Cousins might have like 15 passing attempts. It's a tough one to do because it's not 4.5, 5.5, 6.5. 4.5, he could say, hey, let's get him involved in the game plan in the first quarter, and he has 3 catches for 12 yards. You're like, Jesus, man.
Michael Thomas is so fucking ridiculous, Donnie, that they set his yards anywhere between 105 and 116.
Every time I cap a game on the New Orleans Saints and you go over just some numbers, I just see like 150 catches. And it almost looks like an error. Like when, oh man, he had a 90 catch season. Boy, he was really good. This guy had 150 catches. And he's getting the football. It's not like you have on the Will Fuller on the opposite side. You got Traquan Smith and Ted Ginn. And again, it's wild, man. I don't know how you stop the guy. I don't.
Okay, just to let people know, we've got 316 people live in here now and only 62 thumbs up. So put the thumbs up, please, just to make sure that you're enjoying yourself.
Michael Thomas, longest reception over 24.5. What do you think? Under or over?
Like Alvin, you can't give me enough Alvin Kamara props in this game receiving or Michael Thomas. And you say to yourself when you bet that and you say, all right, it loses. Tip your cap. They must have did a pretty good job. He's going to get shots. How many targets is he getting today? 15?
15, legitimately 15. Yeah, bro, that's a great call. He's going to get literally 15 shots.
Play action. I mean, come on. We're not talking about yesterday when you said the DeAndre Hopkins, he's got Tre'Davious White on the other side. He might be able to hold him down a little bit. Xavier Rhodes 3 years ago, yes. Xavier Rhodes now, torched.
I'm taking that. Michael Thomas over 24.5. Long reception. Stephon Diggs, who, you know what? Give him his due. He's a beast, right? Yeah. Longest reception over under 26.5 yards.
I'm going over again. Aren't we? How many deep shots? He's getting at least 3 deep shots where they run play action off Dalvin Cook, right? At least.
Yeah.
Hey, Jay, let's just cut the brass tacks here. Yeah. What percentage of the time did the Saints win the game outright?
7 out of 10, I think, in this spot. At least.
At least 7 out of 10?
Yeah.
All right, then just quit being a pussy and lay the money line.
I was going to say to you, Jay, if you want to look at that money line and you get the Vikings that go get the ball and they score first, then that's going to come down, and you're going to get
that's the only reason why I haven't pulled the trigger, Flash.
Well, you're going to get better value, so that's the bottom line. You don't do it, and you will get better value than that at some stage in this game. It's then whether you got the balls to stay with your conviction, because the game may change. Yesterday, both games completely changed. We had people saying it's over in the Bills Texans. It's over. Forget it. Don't even worry. And they ended up picking up nothing because they won the game, the Texans, and they covered the 2.5. So you know that the swings and roundabouts in playoff football will give you an opportunity to press the button.
How the Bills shit that game away is beyond me.
My worry is the Saints come out, go up 7-0, and don't look back. And my minus 375 money line goes down the fucking drain. That's my worry.
But you haven't lost anything because you never put anything on in the first place. And I know you'll find another fucking way of making minus 375. Don't even worry about that.
What actually do you do if you're the Vikings in this game, though? I'm not sure I take the ball first, because you're looking at when's the loudest and the most passionate the crowd is. Drive 1, play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are going to be screaming. Whereas maybe you get the ball at the first half and half the stadium still drinking out in the French Quarter and out in the things. You say, you know what's not as loud here in that first drive. If I'm the Saints, I do not take the Vikings. I don't take the football.
But that's a strange one, Donnie, because you want to silence them. You want to hit them. You want to get in that boxing ring, and you don't want that bloke to hit you first, do you? You want to be making sure that and especially when it's defense, if you can get yourself up in this game early and you can get Kirk Cousins into a rhythm, then you do it. I mean,
there's points both ways.
Well. Yeah, exactly.
There's definitely points both ways that you could try to say, you know what, you do want because the team that has the lead really in playoff games, they should be able to hold it. And at least then if you get a 7-0 lead for the Vikings and you're sitting on 8 points, you're like, boy, this might turn out pretty good here. But just me, the way I look at it, Mike Zimmer, defensive minded, let's go out and force a 3 and out, and then we really get some momentum behind it, because it's one of those things where, again, you have Kirk Cousins. If it was opposite and you had Drew Brees on the other side, hey, Drew, get out there and slice this crowd up and down and shut them down. But I just want confidence out of Kirk Cousins. And if you get a 3 and out, you say, all right, the game just settled in. We get the ball at 0-0 and see what happens. But that's just the way I feel in that one. It's not really a play that I would say, do this or that. If it was me, that's the way I would.
Well, 100%. If the Saints win it, they're gonna come out.
Take the ball. Yep, they take the ball. 100%. Absolutely.
You know that we have a ton of guys in the chat that like their parlays. So just fast forward to 4 o'clock. Did you bite the bullet and take your boys?
Eagles?
Yeah.
I have an Eagles play in that game, but I talked about it yesterday. I couldn't believe they were favored, but it sort of came back down to a pick 'em here, so I laid a little bit of juice. I'm not the same way with Deshaun Watson yesterday, where I took the Bills in the first half. Like, I'm not messing with magical quarterbacks in a close playoff game that I know can make plays. But I do like the mess. If you guys have been following, I've been messing with Seattle in the first half damn near the entire year. For some reason, they just don't get out of the gates quick. But then Russell Wilson second half turns into that all-world solid goal guy.
Fast forwarding to that game, we keep arguing about whether the values on the Eagles or the Seahawks on basically a pick'em line. Why aren't we talking about the under 45?
Like it. Here's the thing in Philadelphia today, which again plays into looking more at the under. I only live 7-8 miles outside of the stadium. It's windy early in the day, but the problem with that, it's not a 1 o'clock game. It's basically a 5 o'clock start, and the winds will die down. So you'll actually get better scoring conditions tonight in the second half than you do in the first half.
It's funny you say that. Somebody sent me a DM today that said, I'm by the stadium. The first half under is in play because it's crazy windy.
Boom.
Yeah.
That guy's a smart man.
21.5.
Yeah, you need 3. You need 3 touchdown drives and a field goal. And if you're getting some 15, 20 mile an hour gusts in the first half, if you do, the 47-yarder ain't so easy. And also, what now comes into play today in this game? Extra points. You get a little bit of win with an extra point. Somebody's missing one.
Yeah. Kickers have been a joke this year.
But just kind of looking back at their last game, we all know the Seahawks won that game by 8.
Yep.
But the Seahawks won the turnover battle +3 in the turnover battle in that game. Are they going to go +3 on the turnovers again in this game? You look at the yards per play, the average yards, it was a really close game. I kind of want to lean the Eagles on this. Because, turnovers are so random, you can't count on them being +3 in turnover margin again.
Yeah, they had 5 turnovers in that game, the Eagles overall.
And if the Eagles are going to win this game, then it's going to be all on the Eagles' D for me. It's going to be one of those where they actually frustrate the Seahawks Wentz then goes and gets the ball done at the other end. So
yeah, we talked about in the beginning of the year, all of us, how much of a joke that secondary was, but that defense finished really strong, man.
Yeah, they're good at home too. I mean, it's an outdoor game, and you're looking at when you try to take a total with overs, and you say, well, how can the path of victory be? You got to have some guys say, man, this guy's a game breaker. Like when you look in the Saints game, even if you're looking at that objectively and it's high and you like the under, you say, well, Mike Thomas can go off, Diggs can hit for a 70-yarder, Thielen can have a good game. You have Kamara that busts plays. The same thing with Dalvin Cook. Look at this football game. Miles Sanders banged up. He's not going to be electric in this game. Boston Scott, okay. Who are the Eagles wide receivers that you go, that guy's going to hit a 75-yarder? And who are the wideouts on Seattle? They're going to be hitting 75-yarders. And again, Carson would control the running game, and maybe Penny, who had a really good game last time against Philadelphia. Is Marshawn Lynch hitting home runs out of the backfield today?
No.
I don't see a ton of big plays. That's all.
Sounds like you just said the under's the play, Donnie.
I would lean on the under more than the over. I really would in this football game, especially in the first half. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Man, I'm excited for another.
Hey Jay, I want to throw a prop out there.
What do you got?
Jay, I got Kyle Rudolph over receptions. It's at 3 plus 120 on Bovada. My idea here, over 3 plus 120. My idea, we got Marshawn Lattimore on one side, right? Janoris Jenkins, huge upgrade over Eli Apple. I can't believe the Saints were able to pull that off. Really attacked one of the biggest weaknesses of their defense. Kirk Cousins already likes his tight ends to begin with. I think it's going to leave Rudolph open down the field as Cousins might be hesitant to attack those corners.
All right, I put it on the bottom.
Yeah, and also weak linebackers for the Saints on top of it. It's not like you have cover machines in that linebacking core.
Right, I'm going to stretch my legs before it's time to go to war, gentlemen.
All right, buddy.
Both of these are good, though.
Another
There's good ones. Yeah, go ahead.
I also took Eric Kendricks over 7 tackles. We don't need to put that one on. I just want to give that one out for the viewers. He's the middle linebacker or EJ Kendricks, middle linebacker for the Vikings. Expect him to pick up a lot of tackles, either catching the dump downs out of the backfield or just on the running plays.
Donnie, you ever play around with the anytime touchdown market?
I don't. That's one thing I haven't dipped into on that. But I mean, it's a great thing because you're talking about guys that should be scoring, and it's not like, oh man, first touchdown. That's probably the hardest one to get, obviously. But anytime, there's got to be some value in some of these guys.
Yeah, it's a great thing when you got 2 of the Patriots running backs anytime touchdown prop, and then 3 straight fucking plays. They're within 6 inches of the goddamn goal line, and I miss them.
Yeah. Let's run to the left repeatedly and lose yardage all night long. But it sounds like a great idea.
I had both guys in their backfield. I had anytime touchdown prop, and they can't get into goddamn end zone.
Look, I didn't understand any of those calls. Like the quickest, if your offensive line is struggling a bit, the quickest path is hand the football off up the middle, and you live with it. And they kept stringing it out to the left and getting destroyed. I can't wait. Like I like to look at the replay videos on gameplay for NFL and like Mondays and Tuesdays when they have them up. I can't wait to rip the Patriots in that football game for everything they did.
Gun to your head, Minnesota Vikings team total over or under 20.5.
It's a dome. I think there's going to be points. It's hard to stay under that. It really is. How about if you had the 20 yesterday with the Titans, Jay? They get that late interception and then they go for 2 out of nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. That is. I just thought about that. Wow, what a brutal beat.
What was the point of going for 2? What was the point of it?
Jesus.
For shits and giggles?
I don't know. Like, if you make the field goal, you go up 8. So then even if they have a miracle score, they have to go for 2. I mean, I guess if you're saying, well, if we get the 2, they can't. It made no sense. Like, are you really that deviant? Why saying if they block the extra point?
Mad about. Yeah, Vrabel was probably mad about sometime Belichick singled him out in the film room one time, and it was revenge from that like 10 years ago. that didn't make any sense.
I mean, sometimes coaches crazy like that. Go ahead, Joe.
Anytime touchdowns, Michael Thomas minus 125, Alvin Kamara minus 130.
Like, why? Like, how can it? Like, you're looking at that objectively. Worst case push. Worst.
Yeah.
If neither one of those guys score, are the Saints even winning the ball game? Nope.
No. Yeah, that's a good point, man.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Are you allowed to parlay those, Jay?
Yeah, probably not, right?
No. They got Stephon Diggs at plus 190. What about Taysom Hill at plus 240, Donnie?
Yeah,
They
it's a good
always
one.
give
Goal
him the
line.
ball at
Yeah.
the goal line.
Yeah.
I like that play. Taysom
Yeah.
Hill plus 240.
No. What all right? Does he have any? Because I know you have a lot of prop outlets. Does he? What do his props look like? Did they ever give him like rushing or receiving or anything on his edge? Because he's a wild card, tough to do.
Let me check.
Like if he had like an over under rushing of like what 10.5 yards, or he's it'd be funny if he had one.
Yeah. Well, I got Taysom Hill receiving yards is 15.5.
Okay.
Matt in the chat says you can actually parlay those on FanDuel, Jay.
That's great.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
I mean, he says yes, you can on FanDuel if that's what he was referring to.
Oh, wow. I got to check that out. I didn't know that.
And Braxton Wilson says the analytics tell you to go for it, go for 2 there. I mean, yeah, because if you miss the 2-point conversion, you're up by 7. But if you make the 2-point conversion, there's 0% probability that the Patriots win the game. So you go from the Patriots having a 0.00001% chance of winning the game to 0% chance of winning the game.
Yeah, as soon as they scored that, I was like, oh, look at this, man, sitting on that 20. Because the 19s, there was only one spot that had a 19 with like minus 135 on juice, but primarily everything was 20. I was like, good Lord, man.
They won't give me a Taysom Hill rushing prop. I don't see it.
And then the 10
Yeah, I
and
didn't
over
see it
10
either
in
when I
the
was
second
looking through the
half,
props.
too. I thought they might bang two. I thought they might bang 2 touchdowns in the final 10 seconds when they were just throwing it back. I'm like, this ball's going to get fumbled back into the end zone. I'm like, damn it. Never could get those ones.
Yeah, but Donnie, can't we all just agree, though, that it's a great day for every football fan of the country that the dynasty is finally over?
Yes.
Did you want to sit here in a couple of weeks?
Over.
Sit here in a couple of weeks talking about the Patriots
really
in the Super
over?
Bowl, capping them again. I hate that.
Ugh, I'd rather drink bleach.
What'd you say, Spread?
I would just say I wouldn't be surprised if they bounce back next year. I don't think that they were that bad a team. I don't know if we can proclaim this dynasty to be over yet.
Dude, where do you see the tweets coming? I'm going to call it right now. I haven't seen it yet, but here we go. Somebody's going to plant this tweet. Gronk's coming back for one last ride with Brady. You know that's coming. You know that's coming out in the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Well, Witten didn't do very well in his return.
Oh,
man, I think it's hard to take a year off football at that age and come back.
Yeah, Witten back with Booger and
he almost made the team worse because the other guys were
Jarwin's better. Yeah, Jarwin's way
better
than he is. Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
Gronk.
Hey, can we all just agree, though, that we're all winners, that we get to listen to each other? We get to listen to each other, watch this game instead of listen to Joe Buck.
Yes.
By the way, Booger yesterday, I must have missed it. People were pointing out that Booger had a series of calls where he said the Bills should sneak it on 3rd down and then spike the ball on 4th down before the field goal. That's tremendous, man.
You know, I don't actually understand all the Booger hate because I watch all these games with Jay on this show. So I have my earbuds in, and we're just talking to each other, going over possible props. So I'm not listening to the announcers. So I just hear everyone go, oh, my God, Booger, he's so terrible. I don't know how bad he is because I've never heard the motherfucker.
No, you know what's good? You know what's actually funny? I've come around on Booger because how many times do we watch games like the C Crew? And it's just like they're just like in the background noise. Like don't say anything important or they just say 3rd down and 7, nice catch. It actually sometimes the same thing with Bill Walton where you listen to him. It's like this guy is so off the wall. I can't wait to see what he says next. I actually enjoy it now all of a sudden. Yeah.
All right, brother. Are you coming back for halftime?
Yeah, let's do it, man. Let's do a little halftime action.
All right.
Don't shut this down when I jump out of here.
Sweet. Yeah, don't shut. I think you got us. I think you got us like another 3,000 views, though.
Let's go. Yeah, hopefully. Let's just drive this bad boy up.
By shutting it down and starting it back up.
Everybody had to get back in. Yeah, more likes that way. That's a good move, man. Yeah, just shut it down during the Super Bowl broadcast. Get like 100,000 views, man.
Seriously.
All right, boys. I'll be back. Enjoy the first half. I'll be watching.
Yes, sir.
Peace out.
Thanks, Donnie.
There he is, Donnie Right Side. Love that guy. I think we're good, Ant. I feel good about the sacks prop over 4.5. I feel good about that Thomas Long reception over 24.5.
You feel good about Kamara? I gave you that.
What did you Well, I was going to bet Kamara's longest reception over 12.5, I think it was. I didn't bet it yet. What did you bet on Kamara?
How about you check the private chat where you asked me to give you my play?
Oh.
It's in there, dude. It's been in there for like 15 minutes.
Oh, Kamara under 61.5 rushing. All right, I'm going to bounce one of Flash's props and throw that in the.
I think Kamara is going to be somewhere in the 50s. I don't see them unless he busts a big run. I mean, obviously, if he busts a big run, he'll go over that. But I don't think unless he busts a big play, he's going to go over that 61.5 because he's averaging between 8 and 10 carries a game. So, if they keep him between 8 and 10 carries, then I should be able to stay under that number. That Thielen prop that I bet, the under 3.5, that's just strictly taking the value on the under. I'm getting plus 130 on an under on that reception prop with the guy who's been banged up. So I just think there's some value there, grabbing the plus money. And then I honestly just kind of like the Cook over receptions prop. He's been a machine out of the backfield for the Vikings. So I took the Cook over 3.5 receptions prop.
We got 359 people watching, and I appreciate you guys. So there are probably a lot of new people watching right now. If you do not know about us, we are the people from the Sports Keg. We work and have a live betting show on SBR called Live Line. We are currently up 125 units. I know it sounds absurd, and we have lost 150 bets, to be fair. But we are 228 and 146, 61% right now, up 125 units, average line of plus 145. We do this 5 days a week, 6 hours a night, sometimes more. Today it'll be more. And we try to grind out profit for everybody at home every day. And we laugh a lot, break each other's balls in the process. So I encourage everybody, smash the like button and hit the link in the subscription to the best sportsbook page at SBR. It helps us tremendously. Or go to sbrvideo.com/liveline. And all right, that's my sales pitch. I'm done now. That's it.
All right, Jay, have you made a bet on the side or total yet in this game?
No, but I think I'm about to.
Because right now I'm looking at the line is 7. The number I'm looking at is 7.5 with even money on the Saints. So you can buy down the hook to make it -7 at only 115.
Any props that you or spreader on that are not at the bottom and you want to make official, throw in the chat now.
No, I'm good. I like my Rudolph one. I think that's good to go right there. So I threw out the Kendricks one for other people who want to have a lot of action, but I won't make that official. I'd rather ride with my stronger play, and that's the Rudolph over.
Yeah, I already put my plays in the chat. The only other two is the Thielen under 3.5 receptions and the Cook over 3.5 receptions. Tail or fade or don't play him at all. Let's just see how this game goes. And let's just hope that the Saints win this game by more than a field goal, less than a touchdown, or less than 7.5, so I can middle that teaser.
I'll tell you, Flash has a couple ballsy plays, man. Under 46 alternative under in a dome with Drew Brees, and he's taking the plus 4.5 in the first half.
Yeah, that's how Flash he can lose a lot in a row, but then when he wins a few,
isn't 46 the original number too?
I'm not sure.
He just played the opener, didn't he? I think he just played the opener. I think this line's moved 3 points.
Fish and Chips has some ballsy plays today. He's got some ballsy plays today.
Well, if you think the Vikings just get completely butt fucked in this game, wouldn't you say it goes under 46? If you even threw out if this is like a
I thought 34-17, 34-17, 31-20, something like that. Though both of those go over.
I mean, if you want some serious balls, I could take 43.5 at plus 220.
I think that's like lighting money on fire.
So I'm not betting it. I'm just telling you I have the option.
Okay.
I'm not going to bet it.
What do we think about both teams? I wonder what both teams
They're
reach.
kicking off now, Jay. So I don't know.
Both teams reach 15. That must be a lot more than minus.
You can't bet it now. They just kicked off.
Yeah,
we're getting the ball.
I could bet it right now at minus 235, but I'm not gonna.
All right, boys, here we go. We have the kickoff. Vikings get the
Yeah,
ball
buddy.
first. It was a touchback, so we are going to. Are you guys? Where is everybody? I want to make sure I don't piss Flash off by being 2 seconds ahead of him like I was yesterday.
Well,
I spent the
I got to
entire
switch
season.
my little antenna. It's not picking up Fox. It picked it up in the other room, and then I tried back here, and it's not picking it up. I'm going to try and maybe mess with it after the first commercial.
Okay, so are we?
So I'm behind you today, Ant.
Oh no!
So Ant
Throw
should be
again.
his first one.
Three games in a row, the first play is a pass.
All right, looks like we're all on the same page here then, because we pretty much watched that. And what's the flag?
I don't know.
It's going to be a hold, isn't it?
Holding on the defense.
The defensive holding?
Yeah.
Stephon Diggs seemed to think that he was held.
Hey, don't.
Dustin says this game is going to fly over the total. I think I agree.
I know, but that's because that's such the obvious way, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but what you guys were saying, oh my God, there's going to be so many points in this Titans game, and it had like one touchdown in the last 6 seconds of the second half.
That's true.
So, I'm kicking this. Looking for a place to shit. I gotta let this dog out.
Looked pretty healthy on that run, guys.
I was just thinking the same thing. That shoulder looked pretty good.
Yeah, he didn't seem to be shying away from contact there. He's had a couple weeks off, and everyone's pretty dinged up right now. So that's a good sign for Minnesota if he's pretty close to full strength.
Yeah, spread. I don't blame you for taking the Vikings at that plus 8.5. That's a really good number. Oh, that's a fumble. Oh yeah, is that going to?
Oh wow!
End?
Did he not go into the crowd?
I don't know. I don't know, but I would love to get the party started.
Flash talking about the crowd being riled up. What better way to rile up than get a turnover on the third?
Is that not
play?
the worst?
If that place wasn't rocking before,
yeah. They're just going to check whether he picked the ball up with his foot was on out of bounds.
Oh yeah, no, that's a fumble for sure. There's no risk in overturn.
Talk about the nerves for
there you go.
Cousins, bro.
Yeah, but also,
Thielen's the one who blew it there.
I know, but is that not the worst thing in the world that you want to see as the quarterback?
Jay, how's he not, right? How's the judge or the referee or whatever you want to call him not called him out of bounds? He's like, foot was like this far out of bounds, and he's let him run all the way.
You know why, Flash? Because they got hammered for blowing the whistle dead and not letting plays go to the end that would have been touchdowns. Now they just let it go. Oh, this is going to be 7-0 with the quickness.
This is the worst possible start for Minnesota, right? Because now they're not even going to get the ball to start the second half. They pretty much are going to give up. I mean, this is a huge test for the Vikings defense, right? Even as a defensive coordinator, genius that Mike Zimmer is, he doesn't want to start in his own territory for the very first defensive snap.
Yeah, these are two really upper echelon coaches. Both these guys are great.
And they've worked together to get right, so they should be familiar with each other. I think Zimmer was on Peyton's staff at one point.
Is that true?
I'd have to double check, but I remember right.
Did Peyton start with Belichick and Parcells and all that?
He started with Parcells. Yeah, he was a Parcells guy.
Where did he get that ball out of bounds?
Oh, high. About, was it the 35, 40?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Gosh.
Okay,
and that's Janoris Jenkins. We talked about his pickup. Flash's friend Eli Apple doesn't make that play.
Yeah.
Fumble.
That's a huge impact. Huge impact. All right, now that's commercial. I'm gonna try and get my antenna going since I don't want to be behind Ant.
Fumble on the first play.
Fumble on the first play.
On the first play.
I thought it was a
On the second play. On the second.
Yeah, I was about to say I saw the first play, and then I went and let my dog out.
Adam Thielen catches the ball and shits the bed.
Oh,
Saints got the ball on like the 35 going in.
Well, I don't want Adam Thielen catching the ball. That's pretty lame. But maybe since he shit the bed, they won't throw it to him again.
I think you would much rather the Saints win this game, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Let's go, Saints.
Did you press the button, Jay, on the juice?
Yeah, I did.
What did you lay?
375. I couldn't get 360.
Now it's minus 600.
Yeah, 650. I was just worried the Saints were going to get up a touchdown and never look back.
It looks like your worry might be founded.
Yeah, there's still a way to go here.
Because the Saints get the ball first in the second half, so they essentially get the ball first in both halves. Because if you turn the ball over on the very first, like the second play of a drive, that's essentially you give up 2 possessions almost.
Yeah.
So what was it? Nearly halfway that this happened.
Yeah, well, there's somewhere around. If he stepped out of bounds, I think it's somewhere around the 35 or the.
No, because they start on the 25, didn't they? Then they got a 10-yard penalty for holding, stepping to 35. Then Cook took them to the 45.
No, he caught the ball at the 40, Flash.
But he went over he had first down. He had first down before. Yeah, so there it is there. So what's that going to be? Oh, God knows. We're soon going to find out. I think he's going to stand 45.
37.
Right.
Adam Thielen, you bitch. You're not going to get any more targets for the rest of the day.
Have you gone under Thielen?
I went under his receptions because it was plus money, so I picked the plus money on it.
Yeah, but yardages or just they're running it.
His receptions at 3.5. So
Gas Station Sushi says, "Where's Jimmy?" I think Jimmy will be with us for the national championship game, right, Flash?
Yeah, he's looking forward to that one.
Ooh.
Is he not lined up?
Where are you at on that one, Jay? Have you made a play yet?
No, I haven't.
Wow.
I thought about taking the 6.5 with Clemson, and I just didn't pull the trigger. I don't know what to think about that game, man. I really don't.
I don't understand how you didn't pull the trigger. That's like the biggest number overreaction I've seen all year in any game.
For a team that's not been beat for 2 years.
Yeah, I figured you would see that 6.5 getting the 6.5 of Clemson, and you would have completely demolished that line.
I can't get out of my head how good I think that LSU offense is.
I mean, all Clemson's done is covered the spread against every Division I football team since North Carolina game.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't lost a game in 2.5 years.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's not just that they haven't lost the game. What was the line in the look-aheads of this potential matchup on every single sports book before the bowl season started?
Clemson was
minus 2.5.
Yeah, minus 2.5. Yeah.
You were looking exactly. You're looking at anywhere from pick'ems to twos. So you're telling me that one game where LSU completely dominated a team that we all knew that they were probably going to blow out anyways, that Clemson would probably blow out, that Ohio State would probably blow out. One game where we watched LSU Granted, LSU had probably the best performance of any college football team in the last decade in that game, but that's going to swing the power rating number from the game a full touchdown. When all Clemson did was just beat Ohio State, who we've all pretty much said is the best team or second best team in the country all season long.
And I would say Ohio State's first half performance is probably the best I've seen from any team this season.
Yeah. So, I mean, just from a numbers standpoint, taking the points with Clemson, there's just a complete no-brainer.
I'll just take Clemson money line.
Oh, absolutely. 100. You're getting like plus 185. But at that number, they're suggesting that Clemson wins the game 1 out of 3 times. That's absurd. This game's much closer to a -2, -1.5 on either side than it is one side being -5.5, -6.
Hey, Jay, since we're in a lull of the football, do you want to throw Miami -5.5 as an NBA play on the bottom of the screen if we have room?
We could put it in the chat.
I'll put it in the chat. I think that line's okay. Cool. I wanted to do it now because I think that line is going to move against us. So anyone watching, I think they'd do great to get in it now. So I'll put it in the chat and make it official.
You do you.
All right, are we going to get a touchdown here? I would prefer one. Alex is in the chat. What's up, Alex?
Oh, Alex, that's our guy. Boy, do I miss Alex on Friday nights.
What, when he would get drunk and accuse Max being a male prostitute?
We had some funny days. Oh man, I miss that. Well, I'm gonna write that play down. What was it? The Miami Heat?
-5.5, -110. But I think unless there's just too much public money on football and no one's paying attention, I think the line will move in our favor. So I'd advise getting it now.
They got him.
That was a big play there for the Vikings.
It was, yeah. That's a free 3, though.
Yeah.
But
I mean, to be able, exactly, to be able to hold them to 3 instead of 7 after the atrocity of that fumble, that's a win for that Vikings team.
Oh, massive!
It is. I think, momentum wise, it's definitely huge.
Yep.
And also, when you're looking at it, you're thinking to yourself, right now, the Vikings have only got to go down and get a field goal to still make sure they stay in the game.
And that's my first sack.
Yes, definitely.
Oh, you hit that.
All right. So we only need 4 more. Yeah, I hit the sack prop too with you guys.
I didn't like it. Well, I didn't like the juice.
I think Donnie's got some good points if Cousins is running around and he does have a tendency to hold on the ball. If they're behind, he's going to be holding on, trying to make things happen. So, and look, we got a couple nice defensive ends here for the Vikings that could be helping us out with that prop as well.
Flash, our boy Alex would like to say hi to you, buddy.
I know. What's the matter? Has he got to go through a third party? Doesn't he think he's like high enough on the echelons to speak to me himself? Yeah.
You know, Alex is the reason that I work at SBR.
So he's the one to blame, huh?
Yeah. He's the one to blame.
Yeah, well, that's his job. His job is out there to scout talent.
Oh, he dropped the ball on that one then.
Oh, how dare you?
Yeah, you know what I mean? Now, what a cheap shot, Jay, eh? What a cheap shot.
Right? So, do we all agree that the play later on this afternoon is the under?
I think so.
Let's get through this under first.
I'm on the under.
You're on the under spread?
Yeah, I like the under in this game. We got 2 great defensive minds in the next game too, because I really like Jim Schwartz for Philadelphia, and that's why sometimes it's bad to take the first head coaching job available. I think his name kind of got sullied working for one of the worst organizations in the Lions. And I don't really think he gets the credit he deserves, especially with how he's worked with that ragtag. I mean, at one point they had their top 3 cornerbacks out, and he was still going out there making things work. He's had injuries on the defensive line all year. I think he's got a great defensive mind, and obviously we know how in what regard I hold Pete Carroll as far as scheming the defense as well.
I hate to take the worst of it, though. That Seattle total opened at 46, and it's 44.5 now.
Is that because of the weather reports, you think? Because the public, you know what? If we wait, I'll bet you it'll steam back at least to the original.
You think so?
Right? Don't you think there'll be I mean, publics love the over, and they usually don't bet till about an hour before the game. A lot of them will probably wait till this bet's settled and then use that account.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, a lot of people don't play off percentages. They're just sitting there, you know. They put some money in, they bet it, they either withdraw it after a couple weeks.
Yeah, exactly. They want to have a little look, don't they?
Yeah.
And most people bet on what they want to see.
Right. And if you're betting casually as a recreational bettor, there's nothing wrong with that.
No, exactly.
I mean, if you just use it as the same amount of money you'd go to the movies, you know.
Without
you don't expect to win money at the movies.
Yeah, but I think the best way to approach it is have no bankroll management and just take out equity loans on your house on every play you want.
Yeah.
Smart man. Cook looks good.
Yeah, the front line seems to be getting a bit of penetration as well. It's going to take a while for this game to settle down, though. After that crazy fumble and
let's get Cook some receptions here. That's kind of what we really need.
I just want him to maybe take 6 or 7 minutes off the clock and then just get a free at the end of it.
Oh, you got that alternate under, don't you?
I've got 2 unders. It's such a good side, this Viking side, though. I mean, I see it. I think to myself, at the end, whatever happens, you think to yourself, how did you get 8.5 with the Vikings, even if they get blown out? Because it's so rude.
Yeah, that is just the kind of one thing that confused me about the line. I'm like, are the Vikings really that much lower in the rankings than the Saints that you opened the line at 8.5?
I think it's probably just a reaction from where they got on with the Packers, and secondly, it's in New Orleans.
Mason Emerson's asking about if we like anything in the AFC divisional spreads.
Yeah, like the Texans getting 9.
Yeah, it's hard to lay 9 points on either one of those favorites, even though obviously they're 9 points for a reason. That's no, that wasn't Cook. Dang.
I mean, that's what I want to see. What's the money line?
They're like minus a nickel, I think, right now, the Saints.
No. Next week's games.
Next week?
I mean, -9, you're talking like -500 money lines.
Next week we have -450 for the Ravens, -400 for the Chiefs.
Wow.
Oh, wow. The Chiefs are taking money. They moved to 10.
Yeah, they've gone 9.5 for mine.
I have 8.5 on the Chiefs, and I have 10 on the Ravens.
No, you wait, Jay. It's going 9.5. This is gonna be one of those that's gonna hit our number, and people are gonna say this has gone too far.
I think that the Ravens-Titans game could be a fucking bloodbath, bro.
Oh, the Ravens just absolutely destroy them?
Yeah.
I mean, the Texans, they're plus 325.
Yeah, I think the Texans could hang around with the Chiefs. I like the 8.5 there.
9.5. You're getting 10 in the spaces, Jay.
Why don't I see 10?
It's only just moved, so give it time.
I would bet that right now if I saw 10.
Right, so okay, you've got 10 with Pinnacle. No, hang on. You got 10, 10 with Pinnacle, 9.5 with 5 dimes, 10 with Bookmaker.
You're talking about the Houston game?
Yeah, Houston, Kansas, yeah.
You know, DraftKings is hanging at 8.
It won't for long. It won't
Even
for long.
8.
Rudolph got a reception there.
They're going right down the field, bro.
1, 2, 3, 4 different books on at 10 now. The rest are at 9.5.
And that was Madison on that last play. Madison is actually a pretty good backup to have him back. The problem with the third string running back, I felt there was a drop off. Obviously, Madison is a drop off, but I don't know.
Madison's been
if
the
he's
primary
that
back.
bad.
Madison's been the primary back on this.
No, Cook had a carry earlier.
This is a terrible play. What a stupid fucking play
That's
was.
not a sack, right?
No, it's
loss of yards, and that's about
bullshit is what it is. I mean,
I'll
it's
tell
good
you what,
for us.
man.
We're on the same, but
this start is great for flashes under 46.5.
Right?
Yeah.
They've eaten up a lot of clock, and now they just had like a 5-6 yard loss right there.
Don't talk about the other under, though, will you?
What?
I have 2 unders.
What's the other one?
42.
You took that too?
Yeah.
At what price?
Plus 240.
Wow.
Flash is willing to go out on limbs.
Let me tell you, if you cash that Flash, that I'll give you all the respect in the world. There's Kirk throwing those ducks.
Yeah.
There he is. There's primetime Kurt. You better.
Yeah, so we haven't seen Cook at all this drive, huh?
Cook?
Not really. It's been Madison for the most part.
Spread, you think he's hurt already?
No, but they probably will try and take it easy with him, knowing that he's going to be a big part of the game plan in the second half. He's back out there right now.
You got guys tripping on their own fucking feet.
You know what that is? That's nervous energy, you know. It's where their feet are moving too quickly for the rest of their body. Okay, Jay, every book now is gone Houston, Kansas, minus 9.5 minimum.
Did you bet the over 4.5 field goal prop?
No, I just thought it was in play.
It's definitely in play now. I mean,
it is.
Well, after what could have been a disastrous start for Minnesota with that fumble, I think they've weathered the storm pretty well.
Yeah.
You know, they held them to a field goal, and then they didn't get it in there, but they definitely, that was a nice drive. They controlled the ball. They kept Breeze on the sideline for a little while, gave their defense a rest, and now they'll let their defense start, in actual field position in Saints territory rather than being backed up right off.
And the loss of yards was actually self-inflicted.
We need 50 likes, boys, to get to the 200 mark.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Hey, at what point, guys, just kind of looking ahead at these next 2 games, when you see the movement, obviously these are both going to hit 10. If they get to 10.5, is that when you have to take the number and hit the underdogs? I mean, how do you not take a playoff team getting 10.5 points?
Because it's the 2 most explosive offenses in the NFL.
But there again, I mean, this is a
good point.
Totally understand anyone that wants to go with the Texans plus 10.
Oh, yeah. I would take 10. I would take 10.
And remember how we talked yesterday about trends kind of switching up? Like for a while, the wild card underdogs were good. Before that, the wild card's favorites hit. There was a time when the divisional playoff rounds, you just took the home team, you laid the point, they're a better team coming off a bye at home. this might be a week like that, at least in the AFC, because I think that as good as the winning teams looked yesterday, that both Baltimore and Kansas City are significantly better off the bye, home field advantage. I'd be real careful to take the points. And I'm also thinking we're not going to get much buyback. So, you know,
hasn't
you have
Houston
plenty of time
already
to make
beat
that
the Chiefs,
decision.
Yeah, they went in there and just completely did what they wanted with them.
Yeah, they did. But how was Mahomes at that point? How far back was he from the
the injury?
Yeah, I mean, listen, regardless, you cannot give Texan in a one-off game 10 points. You just can't do it because
I agree
they
with
score
Flash.
points for an hour. For
But
60 minutes, they could score. Listen, don't get me wrong. We know how fucking brilliant the Chiefs are. You know,
I wouldn't take the 10.5 with the Titans though, Flash.
No, nor me.
Oh, you don't think the Empire Killers have a shot to hang within the number?
No, I think that was their Super Bowl yesterday.
Yeah, I think he's right. No, Ant, I could see them blowing the doors off the Titans.
Yeah.
I'm not
going to see like a 35-10, couldn't you?
I will argue against that. I mean, I'm not even saying I want to grab the Titans, but you know me, Jay. We've talked plenty on the NFL. I just cannot bring myself to lay double digits.
Yeah,
in an NFL game,
I get it.
I mean, I just assume. I'm not saying I would take the Titans, but at 10 points, I just assume not touch it.
I'm on the Texans at +10. If they're gonna give me 10,
I'm looking at 10. You're going to find it, Jay.
Jay, they're all on 10 now.
Yeah,
well, not me. I'm living in the fucking Stone Age over here.
Right, let me tell you now. Pinnacle, 5 dimes have just gone 9.5 from 10. Bookmaker are at 10. Bovada are at 10 and -105. So that could be going 10.5.
I'm still at 8.5.
Who with?
Texans +8.5.
No.
Who?
At FanDuel.
No, well, you don't even want to be with them, do you?
Don't you also have? You got more than one book, Jay.
DraftKings, yeah, DraftKings is at 8, even 8.
All the books are moving.
I got 9.5 at Bet365.
Yeah, okay. Well, they're all going to 10 now anyway, and they're 10 at -105. +10.
Wow. I have 9 with Baltimore. Man, I would consider laying 9.
Yeah, bookmaker and 9 -110.
Oh, Jay, Josh in the chat, he hit the over 3.5 field goal prop.
Oh, good.
Chris Blanchard pointing out the field goal mean under, guys. So definitely looking pretty good there.
Yeah, well, the Patriots Cats were supposed to be the number 1 defense in the league. They hung 40 on them.
Let's see. Checking out the chat some more.
You can't game plan for containing Lamar Jackson. It's impossible.
Let's see. What's this comment in the chat says? Ravens haven't played a good from Ilya Katz. Ravens haven't played a good defense all season. Or no,
that's what I just said. That's what I said. What they played the number 1 D in the league supposedly, and they hung 40 on them.
I mean, I think the Ravens are just the best team in the league, probably. I mean, they just look so good.
I would take the 49ers over the Ravens.
Oh, I would too. Yeah, they're probably the only team in the league that I would take over the Ravens.
Raiku says chalk doesn't win every time in the playoffs. Upsets happen. Well, like yesterday, the New England lost.
Was that much of an upset, though? Was that much of an upset that Titans New England game?
Everybody on the show and 60 people in the chat told me I was out of my fucking mind for taking the Ravens on the Titans yesterday on the money line.
I didn't tell you were out of your fucking mind.
Well, there were 5 other people on the show.
Oh no, not out of your mind. I just thought that you wanted. I just thought there was nothing for you to really.
Let's spread back in.
Oh, where'd spread go?
He clicked off like 3 minutes ago. Let him back in.
Sorry about that spread.
No, my fault. I accidentally clicked out of it. I had to rejoin the link, but I'm finally back. I got my antenna up and running, Ant. So
All right.
I'm on time with you guys.
So anyway,
That was
let's get back
surprising
to
me. I
this
was
game.
having problems with this channel.
So let's
Yeah,
get
let's do
back
it.
to this game, and obviously the Saints freeing out again. They seem to be wanting to run it up or just chuck it out wide for short gains.
Hey, Jay, there's a guy in the chat, man, with a plan for $5 a month. We can join his Patreon, and he can explain to us how every single sporting event is rigged and scripted.
Really?
Yeah,
Professional
join his
sport.
Patreon. Just join his Patreon for $5 a month. He's been advertising that in the chat for a while. Kind of tired of seeing him advertise that in the chat, if you get my hint, Jay.
You hold on, because it's a narrative to this, you will lose using logic. I'm telling you guys, you want to see straight through games, sign up. I'm up 125 units, cuz I'm going to pay you $5 a month to do what?
Eat a dick.
You can't make it up. You can't make this shit up, man.
Yeah, so Flash, the Vikings defense has been looked pretty good so far. You know, and I
Yes,
wrote in my
they are.
little article, they are actually, statistically ranked higher than the Saints defense. I think the Saints defense just gets a lot of credit because they've played on a better team so far.
Hey.
Yeah, it's just everything in this game is actually possible, and it's very strange because they say that defenses, especially in playoff football, where you're not going to actually, there's so much at stake here because mentally, the Saints have gone into this game with a 13-3 record, thinking that they should be home field advantage, and it's like they are a wild card. So there is always a negative to that. The Vikings are very, very good as long as the D turn up, and that's where I've gone with my unders. That's where I've gone with my Vikings plus 4.5 at the half.
Well, that Vikings plus 4.5 is looking like a decent look so far. There's
So far, but it's dead if they don't score and the Saints go and put 7 on the board. You know what it's like. I never cheer. I don't even cheer when I win because there's always something that can come. Oh, hang on a minute. We'll have a couple of extra minutes just to beat Flash. You know what I mean?
Honestly, with the bad beats that you've had on this show, I'm surprised you're not in therapy.
This is my therapy. That's why I volunteered to do all 4 games.
Anthony and I have like one bad beat on the top 10 list, and Flash has 8.
Mine's that Sassuolo draw
that soccer game. Yeah.
Oh my God, I wanted to fucking throw my computer out the window.
Mine was the Tampa Bay Buccaneers needed 1 point for us to hit the team total at halftime. And they never scored.
They did not score in the second half. You were cheering that bet on. You were blowing yourself over that.
I was, bro.
And you're like, ha ha ha.
We hit it,
team, motherfucker.
We hit it 12 weeks almost in a row.
Yeah. You needed 1 point in the second half, and it got shut out somehow.
Jay, can you ask the 305 people that are watching why there's only 170 with their thumbs up and 6?
Come on, boys.
You know what I mean? We want to get to 200.
Smash that thumbs up button for us.
And subscribe if you haven't.
That's right.
And we'll let you know. You get told when everything's going to happen.
Is that 2 now, Ant?
Rudolph.
Did I get my second one right there?
Rudolph.
Yeah, that should be 2. You're one.
Because I think I was playing around with the antenna on the first one, so
yeah,
I want to be like Tyler. He's not here, so I'm trying to cash in the first half. That's Tyler style.
Everyone in the chat is confirming that is a Rudolph reception there, Spread. You got your second one, so let's go.
All right.
Well, you didn't have to worry.
Gas Station Sushi. Hold on. Gas Station Sushi does not want you to ban the Patreon guy, Jay, because he finds him very interesting and easy to ridicule.
I will not. Yeah, sack. Get that sack, boys. Let's go.
Boy, this drive has been great for our props, huh? We're
It
getting
has.
Rudolph receptions, we're getting sacks, and what could be better?
Ant's
gonna
only
get a
got
punt.
like 2 rushing yards.
And I'm going to get a punt.
Yeah. And Flash is going to get a punt.
Keep
Yeah,
this,
and Donnie brought that up in our pregame, right? That that's one of Cousins' difficulties is he does like to hold on to the ball. And it came to roost right there because we talked about earlier, with the Texans when they say, "Oh, their offensive line's so bad." Well, their quarterback holds the ball longer than any other quarterback, so they're asked to do more. And I felt that was another play that the sack was more on the quarterback than the offensive line.
Ken Peacock says, just when you thought, who's that? Oh, Kirk Cousins is back.
But listen, hang on a minute. In his defense, he's better off holding the ball and taking a sack and having a punt because Flashman's on the unders. But also, if he forces it and goes 10-3 down from being in a prime position, you give these Saints any type of lead and margin for, we can throw caution to the wind now. They will blitz you gone 21-3 in a fucking heartbeat.
Yeah.
So just stay and hang around.
Yep.
They ain't going.
Yeah, no, I agree there.
It's almost like you've got.
But it is the thing.
A Premier League champions against a side outside the top 6. They've got a chance of winning. 7 or 8 times out of 10, they're going to get beat, but they cannot go and trade and get involved in an end-to-end like basketball.
How many years ago, Flash, was it when you started taking NFL betting seriously?
Probably around 1998. Yeah, I think 1998. When did Deion Sanders get all them? When was that blowout for Dallas? Was that like 98, 99?
Probably.
No, that was like 93.
Yeah.
Was it 93?
It was 93 because it was 93 because then Sanders went to the Niners in the 94 season, and in the 95 Super Bowl, that was Steve Young's Super Bowl that he won.
Wow. I think they put up like something like maybe 5 or 6 touchdowns. So that would have been it because I was
and that was back when essentially the championship was decided on NFC Championship Sunday, and it was either the Cowboys or the Niners, and that was the real game. And the Super Bowl was kind of anticlimactic because they would win by 30 or 40 every year.
Yeah. So let's just say seriously, probably around 1999.
Yeah, that's 20 years, man.
Yeah.
My father, when he was running the book package before I got old enough, he booked my first football bet in 1994. I was 14 years old. That was the first bet. Yeah, that was the first bet.
My very first football bet was January 1996. I bet a friend. I took Nebraska -7 against the Florida Gators.
Wow.
My friend, I had a friend. He wanted to be contrarian. He liked the Gators, so he said, "I'll bet the Gators." I'm like, "Well, I'm taking Nebraska," and obviously the Huskers won that game like 60 something to.
How old were you, Ant, when you put your first bet in with a bookie, like an actual book?
Oh, with a bookie?
Yeah.
Oh fuck! Like mid-20s somewhere.
Yeah, man, we're getting old.
I like Kevin Taylor saying that 20 years and Flash still thinks a team plays in Kansas. Well, you're entitled. You know what I mean? I just said to him, Kev, play nice, man. You're entitled to think that if you call the Kansas City Chiefs, they play in Kansas.
Funny. That is funny.
But that's also like the Redskins. You're entitled to think they play in Washington, D.C. Do you know what I mean? Why? Because there's 2 fucking Washington. Who do?
Yeah.
Well, the Redskins
play in Maryland. No, they play in Maryland.
Do the Redskins not play on the West?
No, they don't play. They don't play in Washington State.
So they play
in Maryland.
They're on the East Coast, a few hours from me.
Right. See, you learn something new. So now we've got a geography show going on as well. This is the problem you've got. You've got a nation that names 2 different fucking places the same. Do you know what I mean? You've got Kansas. You've got Kansas City.
Well,
You've got Washington. You've got Washington
we ran out
DC.
of we ran out of British cities to become new from.
Exactly.
So we had to,
Southampton, New Hampshire. Do you know what I mean?
New York.
Exactly.
New York.
Yep.
And I dare say there's a York somewhere, isn't there? So you just put New York. They must have been up all night thinking of them names.
I mean, who the hell are we to judge the naming habits of guys who lived in the 1700s? You know, so they didn't
I think the guys in Portland did a good job.
Do you think about just what a great country and diverse this country is? You know what I mean? It's your country, not mine.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's just unbelievable when you actually delve into it. I mean, you're all Americans, and yet, you know, you must have 50 different species.
Yeah. But in all fairness to Flash, that Kansas City thing is confusing because there's a Kansas City in Missouri, there's a Kansas City in Kansas.
Like, I wasn't confused. I was just wrong.
Yeah, there's two different Kansas cities.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, there's two Kansas cities.
Someone said Washington is not a state. Is it not? Is Washington not a state? Someone said Washington is not a state. Hang on a minute.
Well, Washington is a state because my brother lives in it.
Yeah, Paul Blakesley.
Yeah, no, but he's talking about for the Redskins. Washington, D.C. is considered a territory. But this is another drive here now where this Saints could barely move the ball. This Mike Zimmer has this Vikings defense ready to play. You know, being familiar with Peyton, knowing what they want to do, this has been very impressive by the Vikings so far.
Yeah, it has. Zimmer's got his boys coached up today.
Reagan Wilson points out that there's two Portlands. Yep, there is that Portland in Maine and Portland, Oregon.
We don't even get us started on the Simpsons in Springfield, right?
Actually, they did come out. The Simpsons is based off the Springfield in Oregon.
Oh, it is? I didn't know that.
Yep, that was confirmed several years back by what's his name who created the show. I'm drawing a blank, but everyone knows who he is.
Matt Groening.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he confirmed that the Simpsons was based off of the Springfield in Oregon, which makes a lot of sense, seeing as how they're next to the ocean. So it's like, you know, obviously it wasn't a Midwestern Springfield.
I spent an hour and 20 minutes last night after the show trying to find a company that would fucking send Flash meat.
Yeah, let me tell you now, right?
Dedication for his friend.
Let me tell you now, I made a phone call, or I got someone to make a phone call for me because I was still salivating because I knew I shouldn't have gone down that road. Costa Rica do not allow imported meat.
Oh, man, with the plan, Jay, $5 a month is basically free. I type out notes for every game and give picks. I'm 9-1 in NBA and 10-7 in NHL. I would not lie. Wow. I mean, because that is just an awesomely good sample size.
But what the fuck's you going to get for $5? You know what I mean? You get what you pay for. If someone says to me, "Give me $1, right, and I'll make you rich," I'll say, "Fuck off! I'll be $1 richer if I don't give it to you." You know what I mean? It's different. It's like someone saying, "Yeah, you can have it. I'll get you a Rolex, $5." Yeah, that sounds like a great deal. You know what I mean? It's like ain't happening, is it?
Hey, everybody's got to make a living, bro.
But is that a living? He must. How many would you need? You need 1,000 people a month minimum.
Yeah, you would need 1,000 people a month minimum.
That ain't happening. How many followers has he got? I bet he ain't got 150. Is he on Twitter?
I don't know.
Don't be buying them. You know what I mean? Don't be buying them because that makes me laugh as well. I've seen a geezer recently. If you need a trusted sports book, right? And this is God's honest. He's been doing it daily, this bloke. Charles Harris is his name. He says, if you need a trusted sports book, then DM me with your details and blah, blah, blah. I've seen him do 2 tweets a day, not 1 like, not 1 retweet. And I have a look, and he's got 16,000 followers. What, are they all asleep? You know what I mean? It's like crazy. He's bought them.
Does he really have 16,000?
Yeah, well, he's got thousands. He might have 13. He might have 7.
I think he follows 15,000 though. I think he follows everyone.
Yeah, because he's bought them.
Wow.
He's bought them. They're all bots. They all sit at home and doing nothing because they're not actually real people.
Thielen looks.
Yeah, we've had a
slow
defensive battle so far.
Yeah.
I mean, well, Thielen's never been he's never been a speedster, right? He's always been a guy that runs precise routes and knows, and he's smart. So on the extended plays, he finds holes and zones. He gets open. That's why he's like a safety valve. He's never been a speedster. That's why he goes so well with Diggs, who has the athletic explosion to make plays downfield.
He's been like the best slot receiver in football for a while.
Yeah, he's been doing pretty well. So we got a big third down here. It'd be nice to see, well, at least for a Vikings backer like me, to see if they can get a little drive going here.
Well, I can't believe you got 8.5, man. That's a great number.
Oh, right, that was close.
We get another punt, though. I don't see a flag, though.
No,
I mean, that was close to being an interception. Is what I was trying to say. I wasn't sure if I was ahead of you guys all now because I live like 2 blocks from the little Fox station. So.
Our guy Maxwell Smart says college basketball is way better. You settle the fuck down, Maxwell. I like
Smart's in the chat.
How did he go last night? Is he going to let us know how he went last night?
He's a machine. He always wins. Oh no, no. He said last night he did
with the quadruple overtime.
Yeah, he did not go to get fluids extracted because Pepperdine went to triple overtime.
No.
So, yeah, Pepperdine.
Yeah. So I gave him his daps for getting his priorities straight there.
What a life you're living where you have to watch a Pepperdine triple overtime is more important than getting fucked.
Well, bro, when you get it 7 times a week, you know, sometimes.
Whoa! Not get, buy.
Yeah, buy.
Because it's not the same. I don't care who you are. You are not enjoying it as much when you have to pay for it.
Well, Max would probably disagree with that.
Not probably.
You get to enjoy the after effects of it more if you pay for it because you don't have anyone nagging you.
Zachary Derrick says same T-shirt and hat today again, huh, Jay? Bro, I bought 40 different T-shirts from Fanatic.com. I wash clothes and I grab one. And why are you all over my dick worrying about what shirt and hat I have?
Hey, don't buy it, Zach. Don't buy it because Zach loves throwing them zingers out there, and they've all got hooks on the end. He's crafty, man.
Jay can't help himself. He fights every time.
I can't help
every time.
This is the guy that hits 80%. This guy.
He's enjoying himself. 188, 12 more to go. 12 more to go and 9 thumbs down. I didn't know Zachary Derrick had 9 thumbs.
Well, you got 9 accounts. You can get 9 thumbs down in there. But, I mean, thumbs up, thumbs down doesn't really matter as long as they're interacting.
That's true. That's all we need.
Did Gonzaga carry the 11.5 last night?
I don't think so.
No, that lost.
No, they didn't. No. Yeah, that lost.
Did they win, though? Did they win the game?
I think so. I turned it off. I switched it to the Kings game when I realized they won the game.
They won the game, but it lost, I think.
That's still number 1 then?
Yeah, they're still number 1. That's not going to knock them off. Yeah, Drexler says they won by 5.
Yeah.
RKE says, Flash, the live total is at 40.5. Great call on those unders. So you got all that plus money, but if you were to live bet it right now, you'd be laying minus 110, minus 120 for what you got at plus 240. Great look there, Flash. In fact, if you wanted to play it safe, you could come back on the over, but you might have a good spot and you don't want to buy up a winner.
Yeah, again, it's one of those where we didn't go too bonkers. Do you know what I mean? Because the more you look at this game, and also we've seen 3-3s turn into 28-26s. Do you know what I mean? It's like crazy.
Yeah.
Especially with this side. In 4 plays, you could have the Saints scoring 3 touchdowns.
Right.
I'm looking right now.
I'll tell you what, I've been impressed with this Vikings defense so far.
Both these.
Yeah.
You can get the Saints -6.5 live, -2.5 first half live.
Maxwell Smart said Gonzaga lost. Is he just?
I think he meant the play. He meant the play, not the team.
So what's he talking about then? Come on,
Oh,
Matt.
there's a big play. There we go. We got.
Is that our guy Taysom?
Taysom Hill.
He's a decent player.
That's why we couldn't.
Would someone be crazy to make Taysom their starter?
I would love to see.
I mean, could he start every down?
I would love to see it. He is a great weapon that they occasionally use.
Yeah, but you know that when he comes in and he's in the backfield, if he cuts off, they're throwing it to him. Or he runs. You know, there he is. Come on in, let's see what you got.
Woo, slinging it. He's open. Oh, there we go, guys. There we go.
Is that Michael?
That's Harris.
Nope.
That's Harris. But I mean, we're all on the Saints in some fashion here. That's kind of what they needed was a big play.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we fucking are.
To Donnie's point, that throw doesn't get there outdoors. This is where the dome is a huge advantage.
Look how bad.
Harris kind of has to slow up. He has to slow up. Breeze couldn't get it all the way there.
That was
obviously he did, but he was wide open.
He's old as shit.
No, that was Breeze. Yeah. Riku wants to bench Xavier Rhodes now. I mean, I'm sure they would if they had a better option. Unfortunately, cornerbacks are tough because. Wow!
But he had
Kamara gets in. Kamara gets in the end zone. That's a huge thing from the Saints. We were just talking about how good the Vikings are doing, and bam, 2 plays now they're down by 7 points.
Yeah, and
2 plays now they're down by 7 points.
Exactly, and if the Vikings don't get some sort of run going here, then it will be 17-3 at the half.
Yeah, this is a huge drive for the Vikings. They need to control the ball and give their defense a little rest here.
Exactly.
Great run by Kamara for being such a shifty guy. He actually handles contact really well.
Yeah, I also appreciate how it wasn't a lot of yards gained on that run.
Oh, for your prop, yeah.
Yeah.
We're 5 likes away from 200. Help us out, fellas.
That
was Hill?
Yeah, that was Hill who threw that ball because it was.
Okay. I apologize then.
Yeah, it was some kind of like.
Now Drexler says.
No,
now Taysom has more pass yards than.
Yeah.
You know, going back to trolls in general, you know, when you're an abrasive guy and like you're just a dickhead, you know, you have like tons of trolls. People just want to break your balls. But when you have one troll and you have 400,000 views on a show and there's one jerk off that breaks your balls, that's an indictment on you, not me.
Are you saying I'm the one jerk off that breaks your balls, Jay? I'm not.
I do it. With your popular family reunions.
Well,
you actually do a good job on that.
They do say there's always one in the room, and if you can't see him, it's you.
Oh, Ant's definitely that one.
Yeah, well, that's good because Ant knows it's him.
That's my role.
No,
I play my role. I gotta play my role.
And by the way, look how quickly the total's probably changed now and gone back up to around the 45, 46 mark.
Well, yeah, because that was a complete momentum change. Dustin H says Sean Payton is priming everyone for a first-round pick trade for Taysom Hill, telling you it's going to happen. I mean, I would be interested to see how he did and giving maybe Trubisky some competition in Chicago. Yeah, I mean, can you imagine what Belichick could do with that young man?
Yeah. Do you think Josh McDaniels takes over at Foxborough?
I do, yes, Flash.
Who takes over at Foxborough? It'd
I
be,
do.
Josh
I
McDaniels.
think
yeah.
he's got the
Definitely.
job whenever Belichick decides to go.
Yeah, that's why he backed out of Indianapolis, and Indianapolis took Reich because McDaniel is just going to hang out until Belichick decides to retire, and they're just going to pass it off on to him.
Which it makes sense, doesn't it? Because he knows the whole thing. Do you think Brady stays in the game in some sort of cold?
I think he'll play another year.
No, but I mean, do you think he goes on to the coaching staff?
Is his contract up?
But he don't need a contract, does he? Really though?
I don't know. I don't know if he would coach.
Doesn't Tom Brady feel like the kind of guy that could just never leave the game? Like in some way, he'll be involved.
Yeah, I don't think he's a media man.
I honestly feel like Tom Brady's the kind of guy that no matter how old he gets, he's going to think he's still the best. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think he's retiring. I think he'll be back. It's whether or not Belichick can then bring him back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, do you really think Tom Brady's going to be like, oh, yep, guess I'm getting old. Time for me to hang it up. Had a great career. Or is he going to be, phew, that was not a catch by Thielen, thank goodness.
I would bet a large sum of money, though, that all these rumors about him going to play for another team, I would say I would be literally shocked to my core if he didn't retire as a Patriot.
Well, I would have been too if I didn't see Joe Montana as a Chief, Emmitt Smith as a Cardinal, Jerry Rice bounce around. I mean, I'm sure that we can think of some others.
Yeah, like those guys who just can't accept the fact that they're old. They're going to find somebody to.
But doesn't he have a super? Doesn't he have a super close relationship with Bob Kraft?
Yeah, exactly. I can't see him going anywhere.
Well, yeah, they kiss each other on the mouth.
Bob
I mean, that's about the closest it's ever been.
Like you are the quarterback for the New England Patriots until you say you don't want to be the quarterback for the New England Patriots.
Well, you don't want to play anymore, yeah.
And that one surprised me, and the Jimmy Garoppolo trade indicated that might be the case. So,
and Mr. Stubby points out Favre did it. Favre went to 2 different teams after the Packers.
Oh yeah,
but to be fair, he had a terrible relationship with the GM.
Oh yeah,
there you go. There's another Rudolph. That's 3 already.
All right, so we're already at a push. Come on,
nice.
Give me that first half. I got to text Tyler. If I hit a first half prop, he's going to hear it.
We don't give a fuck about no pushes. Talk to us.
Well, I can't lose money. I can't lose money.
Prince in the City saying Rudolph cashed. Did he give some juice up?
Because some guys, because we took the over 3 at plus 120. Some guys laid the juice at over 2.5. So if you laid the juice at over 2.5, congratulations. And the rest of us, we're waiting for one more.
That's very nice. I wish I would have grabbed that Rudolph one. Well, the Vikings look like they're going away. That was a big run there.
Man, he is.
Yeah,
good.
I think Dalvin Cook is 100% or damn close.
Yeah, I think they shot something in that shoulder.
Yeah, they did. Now, the thing that we haven't, though, so we talked about 2 players that we weren't sure about. Thielen doesn't look 100% at all.
Well, let's take a look at the live prop spread, at the live rushing prop on Cook.
And also, while you're there, look, how many yards has Cousins got so far?
Cousins
many as Hill.
49.
Yeah. Nice, because that his number was 268. Can you believe that?
Cook just went over his yard prop, 67.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fuck me, man.
And I took that fucking receptions prop like a mutt.
God, man, we should have been.
Hey, that could still happen, especially if we could say that now, but we didn't know he's 100%. What if he came out there and limped his way through the first play, and then Matt got all the snaps? So
that was the issue.
I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think that we necessarily should be kicking ourselves for that one. I think that was
he's
fair
at
play
one.
To play.
What do you think about 102 spread? He's at 67.
I would take it.
He's at 7. Now he's at 77. 3 with 6.
I would take it. Zimmer loves to run the ball.
Yeah,
Zimmer
and they're
loves to run the ball.
stopping him, aren't they?
Right.
I'm gonna hop on it the second I see a live line.
And if you're the offensive coordinator, you need Cook to take some pressure off Cousins. You know he's feeling it a bit. You know we need him to feel comfortable. Let's not ask him to do too much.
105.5. I'm taking it right now. Over.
Grab it.
And it's suspended. You mutt.
That's because they're just about to play. See, 3rd and 5.
Thielen makes a play for us here, keeping the clock running for you, Flash.
Ooh.
You know what? I'm going to hold off because how many more yards could he really get on this drive? I think we'll get a great price if the Saints have a sustained drive.
Right? Yeah. I mean, the most he could just break around, run for 20. But
did we put Did we not put the Vikings plus 4.5 in the first half on the board?
I put it in the chat.
Okay, so it still goes up on the board if we're lucky enough.
Under 46.5 is in the chat. It's in the bottom.
Okay. So a nice little 10-6 at halftime. That will do lovely all round.
He's at 71. He needs 34 to go over his total. See, this is a prop right now that I would bet for a nickel if they let me. They're going to tell me I could bet it for like $70. These fucking people.
Try it.
Yeah, like 3 fucking burgers. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
3 burgers for $70. That's a spicy burger.
I'm burgered out.
When you count tip.
I'm burgered out after the last 2 days.
Well, there's a reception for Cook. Or is that Cook?
Yeah. That was Cook.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because they don't have all their numbers memorized. But they got the 2 running backs with the dreads in the back that cover up their name.
33 is Cook. 25 is Madison.
Thank you. That'll definitely.
And I don't know who the third stringer is.
Isaac.
The third stringer, everybody streamed for fantasy playoffs, but I can't remember his name.
Isaac says we need to look over props for next game. We'll do that in the second half, bud.
Yeah. Stick with us, Isaac. We got you covered.
So how live? Do you think
going back a couple comments.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, you go ahead. I was going to go through old comments.
No, I was just wondering how live we think the Vikings are here.
We're fucking live. They're on the 3-yard line.
Yeah. And to be fair, take out those 2 big plays. Wouldn't you say the Vikings offense has performed better this half?
Yeah, well,
take the names, take the records out of it.
There's been nothing between the 2 sides. Both Ds have been okay. Both offenses have been good. Play calling's been good. It's been a really balanced game. Listen, I don't want 10-10 at the half, but it looks like it's going to be that way.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't you want 10-10 at the half? You have them plus
I want 10-6. Yeah, I want 10-6.
Dustin H, I use Bovada for my props. They're juiced to the overs a lot, but if you like playing unders, it's a fantastic book for props.
Isn't Bovada just better all around if you want to take unders and underdogs?
Yeah, yes, they do.
It's a total dog book. Yeah, they love their favorites there. Jeff Billings, do you ever stop winning? This guy's putting like paragraphs in the chat of all his wins. Good job, Jeff. Keep going. You're doing well.
210 on the thumbs up, by the way. That sneaked up pretty well. Nice job, gentlemen. Nice job. Don't forget to click the thumbs up. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe, because that's the reason we're here. It don't cost you nothing to subscribe. Don't cost you nothing for us to give you the winners. And don't think it's just us gives you winners. In the chat, they give you winners as well. So you're part of the family. Enjoy. Well said, Flash. Well said.
Who's the guy with a white hat on the right side? That is Anthony, Sam. That is the kid that
Our
just
resident baseball expert.
breaks my fucking nuts endlessly every day for a year.
Yeah, if you stay around long enough, he'll drink a bottle of champagne for you this afternoon.
Yep.
Are we popping bottles this afternoon, Ant?
No, I don't need to drink a
No?
bottle of champagne.
Did you at least
How
go
was
out?
the hangover off the $1 sushi or the $1
Nah,
champagne?
no, there's no hangover off of one bottle of champagne.
Did you get yourself some beer at least, like a craft 6-pack at
No,
least?
that involved me leaving the house on a weekend.
Did
you don't give me any.
open the curtains?
Yeah, you don't give me any time to go do anything.
Traffic
you
in
know?
Omaha is just out of control, right? You can't go in there
Is it quite remote there,
Omaha
Fred?
traffic.
Omaha, is that like quite spread, like sparse? Do you have neighbours, Ant, or is it like the
Yeah, I
next
have
village?
neighbors.
Oh.
Yeah, I have neighbors.
It's not near the desert then.
No,
Oh. Would Kansas City, would that be in the desert?
no,
Is Kansas in the desert?
no,
Arizona?
not even close
Yeah.
to Arizona.
What is
Arizona
that?
is a desert.
Is that a
Arizona is a desert.
Yeah.
What is that? A Cubs hat or a Giants hat?
It's a Giants hat.
Is it just on back to front, or is it like a little woolly hat?
No, I have it on backwards.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Kiko Alonso's down.
Bro.
That's not good for them. They already have problems at linebacker. Mante Teo's out as well. So this would kind of hurt their depth at linebacker.
What happens if you shart in those white pants?
What do
You
you
go to
mean what
that
happened?
blue tent and pretend you have a concussion. Let me get my head checked out. I need to go in the blue tent real quick. And you ask for a new pair of pants in there.
Matt Skalheg would like to know if we do the MLB and if we'll be doing this show for the MLB season.
That's the plan.
Well, Jay doesn't really do MLB, but he
No.
listens to me a lot.
Do you remember Chips? Did you remember watching Chips?
Yeah,
Remember
Eric
the
Estrada?
old Eric Estrada, yeah, and John Brown, wasn't it?
Yeah. I don't know the
used
other
to
one. I
love-
was too young for that.
Chill out, you're older than me, Spread.
I know.
No, you're 48, Spread's 43.
No, Spread. Tell them the truth. Oh, there you go.
Sam
is there-
said, Jay, tell Ant what's up for me. Do you know Sam, Ant?
What's
Not-
up, Dark
not aware
Helmet?
of.
Oh, Jay. We've got a bit of a bad beat here, right? Listen, we're like 3rd and goal on the 2.
Yeah.
Do we go 4th and goal and not get in, and my +4.5 at the half gets beat, or do we take the 3
Ooh,
and 10?
I think he takes the 3. I think he takes the 3. Other than those 2 big plays, his defense has been playing well. He trusts in his defense. He's a defensive-based coordinator. He'll take the points.
He should
Unless it's like
Ordinarily-
4th and inches.
Well, it's
Ordinarily, I would say, you know what? It's a playoff game. You're trying to win the game. You're on the road. You got to go for it. But the Saints get the ball at halftime, and I think that's going to factor in. I think they probably take the 3.
Wow.
Or the Saints just pull the old specialist score right before halftime. They get the ball back and score again and wind up taking a 2-touchdown lead before we know it.
Welcome back, Eric Walt.
Fancy a little fake here. Fancy a little fake.
Nowhere.
Wow, stuff.
They got to kick
And
the
that's
field goal now.
Denario Davis, who's a great linebacker.
Murphy Jr. says MLB has to be the worst sport to bet on. The exact opposite of that statement is what's actually true.
Whoever said that is 100% correct.
Is that
Ewald
rounders, yeah? Rounders?
Flash,
Baseball's
do you bet on on baseball?
Now and again, but never normally pre-game. I normally do it in play.
baseball's the easiest sport to bet on.
Fuck that sport.
Rounders. But no, not normally. You know what I mean? 10-6, like that. Let's stop them. But guess what I've got for dinner today? Being prepared for me. Ravioli. That's my favorite.
Nice.
Oh,
Nice.
I said,
Big
don't worry.
Trips keeping it real says they should have went for it there. Horrible play calling from Robert. I don't know.
Oh, go ahead, Ant.
Yeah, I don't know if they should have went for it there because of the how many yards they lost on third down. If they would have gained maybe yards, it was like 4th and goal on the half-yard line. Definitely, I would say go for it. But I mean, you got 4th and goal from the 6. You kind of just ruined your ability to go for it there.
I made a nice lasagna the other night, Flash.
Oh, big one.
Hey, Rye Cape in the chat loves baseball betting. Murphy Jr. is continuing the narrative that baseball betting sucks. So we got differing opinions in the chat, just like we have different opinions on the show. Jay can't fucking stand betting baseball, and to me, it's the only sport really worth betting.
Max said baseball makes me want to eat out of a garbage can. Exactly. I'm telling you, you know what gets me through, Flash, baseball season?
Yeah.
The UFC, NASCAR, and golf gets me
love
through.
the golf. Love the golf.
What gets me through betting baseball season is about halfway through, I stop telling Jay what I bet because I'm tired of those plays losing.
Oh, really? You give him a bit of a Jonah for you?
No, only Jay. Like Jay literally tailed me over like a 3-week period where I was up 30 units and he somehow went like 3-19.
Yeah.
Like he would be like, "What are you on today, Ant?" I would send him like 6 plays. I'd go 4-2. He would pick out one of the 2 losses every time. I'd go 3-1. He only tailed 1 play. It was the 1 loss every fucking day, in and out. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, Jay.
No, I feel you because Jimmy gave me hockey play NHL, and I told him I must have gone 1-5, and all the other days he'd gone like 2-2, 3-3, but I went like 1-5. So I said, "Fuck that game! I'm not interested in that." I was up once 4-1, giving up -1.5 at +160. And I got dicked 5-4 after being 4-1 up. I was like, what is this game all about?
Hockey's a high variance game, probably the highest variance game to bet.
Yeah, but Jimbo knows what he's talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's why you gotta take like that. That's why he likes those puck lines on favorites.
Yeah,
You're turning the favorite into plus money.
What do you guys think about total punts?
Interception.
Wow, he's gone for it.
And it's coming back.
What do you think about total punts over in the next game?
What's the line at? Because I like the under. So, I mean,
So
How many is it lined at, too?
So is that going to stand?
well, the interception definitely.
Why wouldn't
stands.
it?
Let's see.
Right, just no, because he said that's coming back. Normally you say it's coming back when you're Castillo.
Yeah, I know.
That's bad
He spoke that
commentary, you know,
wrong.
the fucking farmer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
Flash is coming hard for Ant today. You better pop a bottle to start popping back.
You was
Well,
hard
I
for
said he's
everyone.
running it back. Like
No, you said it's coming back.
he's coming back with the interception. With
No,
the
you just said
return.
it's coming back. And now I know what you mean now, but remember you was ahead of me. And you said you normally say in NFL, I'll give you some of the lingo because it's obviously not your sport, but we say it's coming back, right? It's because there's been a castigo.
I've watched NFL multiple times.
The total is 8.5 punts.
Well, what's the average amount of punts in a game?
No, a normal line is anywhere between 8.5 and 9.5.
So Carroll's definitely going to help you there. He's a conservative guy. Will Peterson go for it a lot? Is the question.
Yeah, that's what's kind of hard to determine because Peterson,
Because Peterson, anything
the Eagles
4th
are
and 4 and less is going to
yeah
go for it.
the Eagles are the number one team in the NFL going for it on 4th down, aren't they? I mean,
You could be right with Peterson.
But I mean, he's not going to be crazy. So it's like, do you think that Seattle will get him in a bunch of 4th and 7s? The other thing is, if they run the ball a lot, there could be less possessions in a normal game. Would be another thing to consider.
What do you guys in the chat think about total punts over 8.5 in this Seahawks game? I think I kind of like that.
I like it in the sense that I think the game is an underplay. But
I'm not so sure.
what Spread just brought up is a very good point, though. The Eagles lead the league in going for it on 4th down, so you can.
Do they go for it though? Do they go for it and be as mad and as gambling as I don't know.
I don't really think it's mad or gambling. I just think Doug Peterson's probably one of the few coaches in the NFL who's grown past the dark ages of analytical thinking. I mean, they all need to be going for it way more on 4th down than what they actually do. It's absolutely absurd that these guys are still, not still punting the.
Are we at the 2-minute warning, by the way?
Yeah.
Untouchable Jay says
Peach likes the over.
Miles Sanders over 47.5 rushing yards.
Yeah, I like that.
I like that too, but I worry about Lane Johnson, the best offensive lineman, not being on the field.
I'm going to pull these up right now. He's playing for sure. It's just, is he 100%? He's playing with a sprained ankle.
Lane Johnson.
Yeah.
Oh, Donnie said he was out yesterday.
All right,
I saw that he was in light practice. Jay.
Yeah.
Screen, man.
What?
Ravioli, man.
Oh, that a boy. Get that in you.
Yeah.
I think this under on the Thielen prop is going to be dead. He's at 3 now.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, that's what you get for being enticed with plus money.
Jay Peach said, I think there will be an abnormal amount of points.
I agree. I think it could be a mad old game.
You like the over?
Yeah, I do, but not enough to be pressing buttons at this moment in time.
Flash is a little contrarian. He went under in a game where everyone liked the over, and now he wants to go over in a game where everyone liked the under.
I'm just a tit.
But to be perfectly honest, he was dead on the under here.
So, Jay, you're right. Checking the final entry report, it has changed since the last time I checked, which was Friday. So forgive my being wrong on that. So out for sure, Nelson Aguilar and Lane Johnson. Questionable, Zach Ertz. In, Miles Sanders, Fletcher Cox, Derek Barnett, Sidney Jones, it's a cornerback, Jalen Mills, a cornerback, and Avonte Maddox, the 3 corners I referred to earlier that have had injury problems all weekend. So these guys have been limited in practice, but they will have a majority of their secondary back. Lane Johnson is out, though. On the Seahawks side, it looks like Jadeveon Clowney, their center, Joey Hunt, which is huge, and Quandre Diggs will all play, but the left tackle, Dwayne Brown, is out. Malik Turner, who I don't really know that well as a wide receiver, is out, and Michael Kendricks, who's a fairly good linebacker, will be out as well. And boy, these injuries on that line continue with the left guard, Iapati, being questionable, and Jerron Brown being questionable as well.
I thought I was watching CNN News then, Spread. What a great job, my lad.
Thank you.
He was in full flow then. I was mesmerized.
The chat is on fire right now. Martin Riggs says, always fade Flash. Maxwell Smart 420 says, I like breasts.
We've been on there for like an hour and 45 minutes. Where's that tip been?
I don't know. Max says, I like breasts.
He
Mr.
does.
Josh.com says, why the hell are you putting Parmesan cheese in your hand first, Flash?
On my
Coco Bongo wants to know
what? Parmesan cheese on my what?
in your hands first. Coco Bongo wants to know, is Flash putting that fake crap Parmesan cheese on nice ravioli? I
Yes.
think
I've got
it
normal
is fake crap Parmesan cheese, but I'm not sure if that's nice ravioli because we have another question in the chat. Is that Chef Boyardee ravioli, Flash?
Is that what?
Chef Boyardee.
What does that mean?
Oh,
It's a cheap American ravioli.
No. It's been handmade by my girlfriend's mum. He brought to me
wonderful.
because I'm working doing back-to-back shows.
I've
got normal Parmesan on there, and then I put the extra because I'm a greedy bastard when it comes to Parmesan.
I could say back in my early 20s when I was poor as shit, I had my fair share of Chef Boyardee ravioli, and that looks way better than anything that I ever got out of a Chef Boyardee can. And yep, Thielen went over in the first half.
Wow, he's having himself a game.
Yeah, and everyone was slagging
And
him.
after he had a pretty bad start, right? Because he had to look pretty slow on an end around and he had that fumble, but he's gone ahead and redeemed himself. And Cousins obviously trusts him because he's been targeting him a lot on this this drive.
Some more statements in the chat. Chris Blanchard said Wentz is garbage.
From a cat.
I don't agree with that.
Jeff Billings says, I don't think it'll have a lot of punts because of the Seahawks defense. I think the Eagles will score big tonight. Well, Jeff Billings only posts winner after winner after winner, so he might be onto something there. And Untouchable Jay would like to know if those are cheese-filled raviolis.
Spinach and ricotta.
That sounds so good.
That a boy.
Fresh.
Sean MCK says,
I can still taste the earth in it.
Sean McKay says, Jay, regarding the punts, Eagles average 4.4. We have a touchdown, by the way, for the Minnesota Vikings. The Eagles average 4.4 punts per game, Jay, while Seattle averages 4.6. So that line is pretty tight.
Fair enough.
RKE says he's done betting halftime full times.
By the way, Jay, you on that Dalvin Cook prop? They go in here 13-10 up. They are running the tits off this ball.
Yeah, you're right, Flash. I got to see how much money they'll let me put on it. Right now, he has 84 yards.
And what are they going to say again? Another 70
rushing.
I'd buy back and take the Vikings money line here. Drew Brees, the best pass play for the Saints is from Hill, and Drew Brees has a dead arm.
Basically, but Tate Mills also got thrown the pick that's just taken them 13-10.
He has 84 yards. The line is 115.5. So he needs 31 yards in the second half.
Yeah, jump all over it.
Yeah, I think you're right. What's up, Donnie?
What's good, man? Yeah, how about that first half close by the Vikings, man? That is impressive.
Yes.
All game.
Impressive.
Both D's turned up, to be fair.
Yeah, this will be interesting because if you look at the Saints, they get a little bit lucky on that first fumble. They end up getting 3 out of that. Then Taysom Hill throws that Hail Mary and they punch it in. It was 10 this game could have gone 2 different ways too. 8 minutes to go. It was 10-3 Saints, 3rd and 8, and you get that catch by Rudolph. And since then, it's been all Minnesota.
Yeah. Do you think Dalvin Cook gets 31 rushing yards in the second half?
I do. Why have you not pressed that button yet?
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Uh-oh. Saints ain't saying the pass over yet, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to get in the field goal range, maybe.
Yeah, Lutz has a big leg, too.
Yeah, well, also, it's just like, doesn't Drew Brees look like he's got a dead arm? That interception was so underthrown.
Yeah, that's what we look at next week if they were to go to Green Bay. I mean, you're probably looking at 20 degrees and 15-mile-an-hour winds.
Was the interception not thrown by Taysom Hill?
No, it was Drew Brees.
No, Taysom Hill threw the threw the bomb and Drew Brees threw the interception.
Wow.
Yeah, and Aaron Rodgers has got the rifle to go ahead and just fire right through that Green Bay cold weather, but definitely would be negative for Drew Brees.
Oh, they might have taken the limit off the account.
Good.
They let me put the prop in for 500. 2 days ago, it would have been like 70.
Oh, nice.
There it is. They're going to kick a field goal here. Is that going to stand? Was that a catch?
So cash that Vikings
that's a
4.5.
Yeah, that's a great call, Flash. Donnie and I thought they'd be up a touchdown at the break.
That's a big drive here by the Saints. If you end up tying this up when it looked like all that momentum was gone, you get the football in the second half to kick off.
Exactly.
Now, do you feel good about the fact that the Saints were basically outplayed and it's a tie game?
Not really, though, because it was really domination on their end, most part of it. Because when you're looking at both teams, if the Saints aren't getting pressure, it looks like those wide receivers, especially Thielen late, is getting open. And I don't see the big play yet out of the Saints. But, hey, they got a really good coach, so they'll make some adjustments. In a dome, no less.
You know what, Donnie? Michael, he missed it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Good Lord.
Quietly, Michael Thomas has 52 yards.
Very quietly.
They're going to lean on him in the second half for sure.
Have you done the Cook prop?
Yeah, I bet it for 500.
All right, we'll see about this halftime here. What we got?
Ant, do you want to read off all our lines?
Yep. Let's see if they've dropped in yet.
Oh, by the way, how's me under looking now then?
That helps it, sure thing.
Wait.
Yeah.
So far, we're looking at Saints second half -6.5, -110. The Saints have 137 yards of total offense in the first half.
What's the line, Ant? What are the lines?
Right now, the only thing I'm looking at is they only gave me a spread. Oh, the total now just popped in. 24.5 is the total. And the Saints are now all the way down to -6 on the first half. So Vikings money must have come in really fast.
I see 6.5.
What's second half points?
24.5 is the total. Saints 14.5 team total. Vikings 9.5 team total.
Yeah, that's what I see.
I can see the Saints shutting the Vikings down
in the second half.
Yeah, I would go under 24.
That team total jumped up a point. Now it's 15.5 for the Saints.
Yeah, it looks like some 26 is now on the board too for the total in the second half. 25.5's popping up.
Wow.
What do you got Dalvin Cook's second half rushing yards at? Because I got it really high.
Well, I got 115.5 total.
Well, I got his Dalvin Cook's second half rushing yards is 49.5.
So that means you're at 130. That's 130.
That's way higher than that. Yeah.
But that's why we were getting you to press the button, Jay, before they moved the markets at half time.
Yeah.
So if the Vikings win, they'll head out to San Francisco then.
Yeah.
How about that? That knocked up a
have
friend.
And then the Eagles.
30.
Kirk Cousins against his former mentor.
Yeah.
Shanahan wanted him bad. Shanahan was looking at getting Cousins. It wasn't until Garoppolo basically fell into their lap, that he was forced to abandon that. But the word out here was that the 49ers were going to make a big play on Cousins before the Garoppolo opportunity opened up.
I'll tell you right now,
the same total as I do on that Cook rushing yard prop.
Right now, the most appealing bet I see on the board would be the Minnesota Vikings team total over 9.5. I think they can get 10 points in the second half.
Let's see what we got here.
I have basically the same because I have over under total points for Minnesota Vikings at 22.5 at -125.
Donnie, would it shock you to see the Minnesota Vikings put up 10 in the second half?
No, it wouldn't at all, because I think if you're New Orleans, are you coming out and just like establishing the running game all of a sudden in the second half? I don't think so. So that leads to more points.
I think you might need to, though, because they haven't been able to. at all, and they haven't been able to keep their offense on the field. I think that what's really missing from this team is the ability to run the ball.
Yeah, that
New
first
Orleans
drive is going to
offense
be
looked
huge.
really bad. They had like 130 yards of total offense in the first half.
Yeah.
And half of that was off of that.
Jay, I jumped in on that.
Vikings team total over 9.5.
Minus
Yep.
1. Yeah, I got that at 5 times. Yeah, it is there. Yep.
I don't like that.
You don't like that, Flash? You think they get shut down?
Or they have free field
Well, he's on the
goals.
under.
Yeah, I'm on the under anyway, so I'm thinking that way. But I'm also thinking that they're going to run the ball. I don't think they're going to put the ball. They're in front. They couldn't even have dreamt of being in front in the start of this game. And now we're at the halftime. It's a bit like we had yesterday between the Bills and the Texans. One team's going to go in there and go, right, lads, that's exactly what we wanted. Keep doing what you're doing. And you think the Saints are going to keep doing what they're doing? No. They're going to come out and try. They're at home. They're going to try and force it. They're going to try and fight back or take back the momentum. And I see the Saints being the more dominant force. And that's why I think you've got to be on the cook. He's going to run that ball.
Right now, Kirk Cousins is at 108 passing yards, and his total for the game is 230.5.
Well, it started at 270. I mean, he does. For me, he doesn't chuck the ball. They run it every possession now. They're going to be running it or little 5 and 10 yarders. He's not putting that ball up for them. They spewed it up once, and it ended up on their end zone. You know what I mean? No good.
Hey Jay, man with the plan back in the chat says Saints will win. That's all the free info I'm giving. I mean, can we all just rush and pay him $5 for his Patreon to find out what the expensive info is?
$5 a month, Donnie, on his Patreon if you want to get man with the plans plays.
I like that money line there. Actually, you know what I'm doing in a second? I have the Saints full game -7, and I'm not feeling like that field goal was a huge miss there before the break. I actually just took on 5 dimes a little bit back. It was 6. It's actually moving now. 6.5 -125 for the Minnesota Vikings, meaning that if the Saints end up winning this game and maybe win it by 3, you're protected by that half point. But if they don't, that probably means at least the Saints 7-point or more win. So I'm just going to try to buy out a little bit off of it, a little bit.
Wow, that Dalvin Cook rushing yards prop just went up 10 yards.
Nice, Jay.
Basically the number that I had it at.
I think that makes sense, though.
Yeah,
of course it does. That's why when you said 115 and then you started talking about it, I'm like, why have you not just dislocated your finger because you've hit the button that hard? You know what I mean? It's like 115 and it's 81 or 85 already.
Do you think Drew Brees goes off here? His second half yards is 167.5. Do you think he just starts targeting Michael and going at it?
I mean, it's only a 3-point game. I don't see the offense changing their game plan, right, Donnie?
No, it's that first drive is going to be huge because if you 3 and out, let's just say the Saints get 3 and outed, then I think Drew Brees will start pressing the panic button. The same thing with the Saints. But if they have one of those drives where even if they go 30 yards and then punt the Saints down to the 15, you might see a slower move in second half overall because Dalvin Cook's going to get the football. If this is a 3-point game either way, the Vikings just aren't going to say, hey, Kirk Cousins, go win us this football game because he's not going to.
Second half,
but he could lose it,
he can lose it,
Yeah, that's the one. That's the thing they've got to take out of the equation now. How could we lose this game? And it's by Cousins thinking that he's Drew Brees and try to air it out. No, stop that. Little posts, little screens, and give it to Cook.
Also, when you look at those long runs too, because Dalvin Cook is an explosive guy. Even if they're stacking the box with 8, he busts through there. That's a 40-yard run for him right off the bat. Even late in the ball game.
Adam Thielen has 4 catches right now. Right, his total receptions prop is 5.5. Now it's juiced, but do you see him not getting 2 catches in the second half?
I think he does because I think there'll be ball control too, right? Like just move the chains, 5-yard play. It looks like they're giving it to him.
Did you put it on the board? Did we have the medals up for the Vikings plus 4.5?
Oh no, I didn't put it on the board. Here it is.
Put it on the board, man.
Put it for you, bro. Put it on the board.
And this one I dedicate to Tom Brady. Obviously,
here we go.
Because obviously, for 20 years, the joy that he's brought to my life. and one of the
There we
saddest
go.
nights.
Donnie Flash is trying to tell me that he was a Patriots fan for 15 years before Tom Brady.
Back in the Schaefer Stadium days.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
yeah. My only association with them was because it obviously was New England.
I'm calling bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on that.
Hey, how can you call bullshit when the reason I support New England was the 1985 Bears.
Steve Grogan, yeah.
I was only
Steve Grogan and the boys.
14 years old. It was the first game I ever saw. And coming from England, I went, right, I'm going to be a New England fan. And also, I used to have the old pony. Do you remember the NFL pony trainers? I used to use them because I used to train on AstroTurf. So I had the trainers for the NFL. I was the only kid at my school who did it. And also the coming from England, I watched the New England Patriots, and it was when they got absolutely beasted by the Chicago Bears.
So, Donnie, your play is...
I got 6.5 Minnesota in the second half, minus 125. I'm just trying to take a little bit of peace, because if I can get a 7-point win by the Saints and only hedged off and lost a little bit, because I don't know if my bet's very much in play, -7. It'd have to be a complete flip around, blowout, Kirk Cousins explodes, where now I'm looking at this game going, if you get a stop from the Saints, or if you get a stop from the Vikings first half or right out of the gate, I'm not so sure they win this game. So
would it shock you if this was a tale of two halves where the Saints roll?
I don't know. I haven't seen anything where I'm watching the Saints going, oh man, that was a big play they could have had. That's what hurt.
Yeah.
When I'm looking at Minnesota, it just looks like they have just more answers right now.
Consistency too.
Yeah.
I like under 26.5 at even money, or under 26 at even money.
Hong Kong.
The idea in the second half, the Saints might look a little better if they start spreading out, go a little more 4 or 5 wide, start using some quick outs underneath in these zones, and get away from this Vikings run defense, because it looks like Zimmer and his boys have figured out how to win the battle at the line of scrimmage. So let's spread them out, attack some of their weaker corners there. I think that maybe if they switch to a quicker style offense, they might find more success here in the second half.
And it's knockout football. It's not. You can't leave anything behind and think, well, we'll improve and we'll take our positives for next week, because there won't be a next week. So you know that this final quarter of this game, if they're behind, they're going to do everything they possibly can to get themselves into overtime or get themselves the win. So there'll be interceptions.
Yeah. So I'll be interested to see how he comes out this half. Does he try and reestablish Kamara? Kind of take control back of this time of possession and do what they like to do, or is he going to spread it out and just let Breeze try and win this thing? So interesting to see what Peyton saw at halftime and what he's going to implement.
Yeah, 2 top coaches, as we said earlier.
Teddy B says, at what point do we hedge the Saints play? Well, Donnie's doing that kind of right now.
No, I am. Yeah, I took a little piece in the second half just to keep that exposure low, because I just don't like the way they're playing. And by the way, Sean Payton's an unbelievable play caller. You'll know these first 5-6 plays, they're dialing up right now, scripted in the locker room. The Saints are going to throw the kitchen sink at them on this first drive. And if the Vikings can hold up, kudos to them. But I think if somehow in this drive, if you can get at least a field goal for the Saints, I think they might take control of that crowd and get back into it. And then you're saying, hey, Kirk, you've been here before. It's a tie game, big spot. Can you win it? Theoretically, they should be up a touchdown or more, right? Vikings?
Yeah.
They look way better.
I just looking at this total. How do we not want to take an under here?
I'll be right back.
4 touchdowns. Yeah. What are you looking at? 4 touchdowns to get that. You're right.
Yeah, I'm looking at 26 at even money on the under, and Flash already. I already know he likes that under.
Yeah.
I mean, are we really going to see if the Vikings maintain the lead? They're just going to keep running it, and I'm not really that impressed with the Vikings offense in this game. If the Saints can figure out, oh, wait a minute, they're just handing it off to Cook. If we just do something crazy like stack the box, and then you got to trust Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Right. The thing is, Dalvin Cook has been he's been impressive after contact. So even if they stack the box, he still could be getting yards. And this feeds right into what the Vikings want to do, which is use play action, because with all the respect that the Saints are going to have to get, yeah, he does. And Thielen was another one we were worried about. Definitely worried after that first fumble, but he's kind of turned it around and been a nice little safety blanket there for Cousins.
Yeah, I think the Saints will keep moving the football. I just, if you're the Saints or if you're the Vikings in this spot, are you really in a hurry in the second half? So, Flash, you're looking good on that total. I think Saints will be in a hurry, but the Vikings won't be. So,
no, and that brings in obviously us getting Jay to press the button on Cook because he's got that at 115. The market's at 130, so he's already 15 yards in front. Are you telling me he's not going to have 15 yards in each quarter?
Yep.
That's like 10 times.
If you're the Vikings, this game has gone exactly how you'd liked it to go so far, right? It hasn't got out of control. You're still able to run the ball. You've been able to establish the run, and you really haven't given up a big play other than that Taysom Hill bomb. But
and you were down 7 on the road. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah,
you
gave over that. You overcame that early fumble. So let's see the play calling they try to use here. Second half might dictate how they're feeling about what's happened to them so far in the first half.
Yeah, we're going to get a sniff of what's going on very early on.
Yeah, the fact is the
Vikings
dominated the game, and
refs having a nice meeting.
Yeah, I mean, we need to have meetings. What's happened is a freaking kick return.
Well, at least it's not like the halftime yesterday, right? Where they didn't know if he kneeled the ball or not.
I rule that should have been at least a safety. I actually like the NFL stepping in and saying, look, let's not decide a big playoff game because of some nonsense. Yeah. But by the letter of the law, when you put your arms out as a T, that says it's going to be a fair catch because I'm not going to catch it and it hits the ground. He does the T, then catches it and doesn't take a knee. By the letter of the law, that probably should have been a touchdown, actually, but at worst case, a safety, even though I did lose my wager because that's stupid bet. But anyway, I like the NFL doing that. That is
called it a touchdown on the field, though.
Yeah, and you see the side refs. Like, this is interesting because in the playoff games, you see like the 4 or 5 alternates on the sideline. In a regular season, they don't even review that and they just call it a touchdown and move on because the head referee actually made that call.
Yeah.
And then the 4 dudes in the black shirts, man, they were absolutely right. Yeah, come on, man. They were absolutely right, but very rarely did they get it right.
Otherwise, you'd have people talking about it still on Sunday.
Yep.
Drew Brees got 4 yards out of that busted play.
What was his
yards? What was the first? I didn't even see the first down play. What was the first down play? Was it a handoff?
Yeah, it was just a handoff.
Run up the middle.
2 yards.
Yeah, see, they're going to try and reestablish that run. If I'm Sean Payton and the way that he likes to play football, I don't think he's happy that Minnesota was able to run the ball with such success and his team wasn't able to.
But that's going to kill the clock as well.
Coco Bongo says the rest are discussing which bets they have and the best way to win some money. Do you ever see that video? I saw it on like YouTube and Facebook or whatever a while back where they had those it was a joke where like all the refs were playing fantasy.
Yeah.
So they were like trying to figure out how the best way to call the play to affect all their fantasy teams.
I'll be back in a second.
That's a big first down conversion.
So now we've got
Saints.
Yes. That would have
because they need a nice drive here.
Yeah, Hef Jr. says, why won't they throw to Kamara or get him screens? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Get Kamara some screens here.
Yeah, they must be taking all that stuff.
They
actually
Murray
had that
right there
screen,
as a screen.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to get that.
I like Murray as a screen runner on. I like him as a screen runner on third down because that guy's one of the best at falling forwards that I've ever seen in the recent NFL.
Hey, there's a little play to Thomas. Thomas has been quiet, but he's still getting his targets.
Yeah, we'll say like, man, Thomas didn't really do much. 11 catches, 107.
Dustin H knows the video I'm talking about. Awesome, Justin. That was a hilarious video.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that over 24.5 yards in one reception.
He might have to bust that, Jay. He might have to catch like a 15-yard cross and turn it up.
Yep.
Yeah, Drew Brees got a dead arm, man. That interception that he threw just told everything. That ball was so short.
I'm surprised the Saints actually came out like that at the end of this. Because you're basically saying, let's drive down and maybe get a field goal, but take some clock. They take 2 awful shots downfield and then end up with the interception. That was bad. And they weren't even wide open guys. Like you had to throw dimes on the first one, which Traquan Smith couldn't get. And the second one was just like a punt.
We got 3 sacks so far. So
you'll get that.
Yeah.
Do you pass here? Or do you just try and run up the middle and get that yard?
I'll put in Taysom Hill. I'll put Taysom Hill and give me a little read option.
So, Donnie, now that you have a Super Bowl, as a fan.
Yes.
You probably don't even get nervous, right?
No. I told everybody that. I waited so long for that it's almost like that's all I needed to see, like my sports fandom for the rest of my life.
What a shit play call that was.
Wow. What defense?
I don't know if that's a bad play call. I think this is just a tough Minnesota Vikings defense. You know, I talked about it before the game. They're rated higher than the Saints, and we all rate the Saints defense pretty high. Mike Zimmer's a great defensive coordinator. Put him up there with Belichick. Pete Carroll, Wade Phillips is one of the best guys that knows how to scheme it and shut down what you do well.
Yeah,
and they really set that play out.
Does that count as a shovel pass or a rush?
That's a pass.
Fuck.
Yeah.
That would have been -6 yards on his total for me.
On your rushing total? Yeah.
I got him under.
So, hey, what a great start for the Vikings here, though.
That was it, man.
5 minutes come off the clock, but no points on the board.
Probably get a good punt, too.
Yeah, that second half under looking good.
That second half hedge might be the right call, Donnie.
That I had to. I mean, sometimes you gotta, know when to hold them and fold them at some point. I'm just trying to save some money back in my pocket at this point.
100%.
Yeah. All right, boys. I'll be back for that Eagles game at the half. Hopefully it's good. By the way, did you see Iupati's out as well? That's 3 linemen down for the Seattle Seahawks in this one. So if we're looking at that under where nobody has a lot of time to run, you're talking 5 legitimate offensive line out between the 10 total starters.
I think I'm going to take a shot on the first half under, like you were talking about the wind.
Yeah.
I don't know. What bothers me is the total opened at 46, and now it's 44.5. So we lost 1.5 points worth of value on that under. You think it's still worth taking?
I think it's a difference. Like you're getting, because really, what's the difference in the first half between like 21.5, 22, 20? You're really waiting for it. If it's 24, then it would be a difference because you need 3 touchdowns and another score. So if you're getting still 22.5 to 22 to 21.5, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, fair enough.
So
all right, brother, enjoy the first half, and we'll the second half we'll see you at halftime.
Let's go, baby. Have a good one.
All right.
Good luck, Donny boy. As he cut us off.
Nope, we're still live. We're still going.
Teddy B says goal.
Let's go. Let's go. 300 still watching. 223. Let's get them thumbs up, boys, please.
Teddy B says Anthony
JP says this is your
giving them no chance. Who gave the Vikings no chance? I took the Vikings. Teddy B.
Are they talking shit? Who's talking shit?
He ain't
Teddy's a good guy.
Teddy
Flash cashed Vikings first half, Teddy.
Plus 4.5.
JP says this is the last chance to get on Minnesota. They are about to dominate. Judging by the way this game's gone, I wouldn't be shocked.
You know what? If I could get this Dalvin Cook prop, and we get 5 sacks, I'm going to have a very good early game.
I still won't get me fucking Omaha steaks.
Yo. I can't be more serious when I tell you I was about to spend $150 to send you some quality steak, and the country that you currently live in told me to fuck off.
I know, it's unbelievable. You know what would have happened? They would have said, yeah, send them. And all of the Costa Ricans, there you go. Oh, there you go. How many of them do you like?
That's 96.
Is that a hold?
Oh, bring it.
Flag down.
Oh.
But you see what's going to happen. There's your prototype.
There we go.
That's okay, Jay. Jay, you're going to see. Listen, Jay,
don't you have the Saints money line? Don't you kind of want them to win this game?
Yeah, but I didn't go huge. You know what I mean? Like, I also want to cash the prop too.
But Jay, are you looking at 15 yards per quarter for Cook?
Yeah, 32 yards.
Everyone else is looking at 45 to 50 yards.
Yeah.
And let me tell you now, they are not going to be slinging this ball. There you go.
I got to go make up my food. I'll be back, guys.
All right.
No rush.
Don't worry. I'm not white people here anyways.
What would we do without Ant, though? You need Ant on this show.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
That personality, you need it.
Yeah, and someone who doesn't take things personally, someone who's got like,
and not to mention the fact that I'm the only motherfucker on
we
here
can hear
who knows
us.
how to handicap baseball.
Oh, Ant, you're still here? I
I'm
was
leaving
saying
now. I turned my
I was
camera
saying nice things about you while you were gone.
on. I appreciate that.
Cook reception as well.
But
Jesus, just cook.
But that is a good question because my back is broken from carrying Jade during baseball season on the show.
Oh wow!
Here we go.
All right, I really am leaving now.
Hey, Sean says just send Flash the cow and a machete and he can do it himself. Adopt a cow.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Flash, I'm surprised you don't see cows walking down the street over there.
Yeah, they haven't got enough meat on them. Honest to God. Yeah, there is. That's where they get most of their meat. I went to a big supermarket the other day, and I said to the bloke, "Have you got any bananas?" He said, "No." I looked at someone and I went, "What? Do they not have bananas?" Yeah, the number one thing for Costa Rica export and grow is bananas. And I'm in a massive, great big supermarket, and they had no bananas. I thought they were bananas. These things. I thought they were called papayas or something. Not is it papaya or something like that? They look like bananas, but they're just green. I thought that was just
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about
There's someone in the chat.
Plantains.
Yes. Yeah, they look like bananas though.
Yes. Yep.
Flag coming back. Shove him in the back.
It's almost automatic. Anytime you see a big return, it's coming back.
Nice. Do we go with the under 26?
I took the over for the Saints team or Vikings team total.
I can see this being like a 17-16 or 20-16 or 20-19 game. Plantains, that's it.
What was going on with Diggs on the sideline there, Jay? Did you see it?
No.
Oh, looked like I don't know if they were trying to calm him down or what. Riku wants Diggs on a different team. Connor Butler thinks it was a bad flag. Yeah, I think they need to loosen up maybe on those return flags because it seems like every exciting return always gets called back.
Yeah, but that was actually a blindside hit. That weren't like legal, like pushing the back, which is the normal flag on a return, punt or to kick off.
Shout out to Jimmy Hoffa. We have in the chat. We've been looking for you for like 30 years, buddy.
Jimmy Hoffa. That was in that film, The Irish, that you were telling me about.
Yeah, The Irishman. Did you watch it yet?
Well, let's put it this way. I started watching it that night when you told me. So how long ago was that? Month? 5 weeks?
Yeah.
I probably have got an hour to go.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I get distracted, or if I get tired, I go to sleep.
So they were all saying that the reason Diggs was kind of acting up on the sideline is he's upset again with Cousins for not targeting him.
Oh.
And that was an issue early in the season. Do you remember when he had the little trade request demands after the slow start they had? And then I think Cousins apologized to Thielen on the radio, which was really odd.
And the week
they
threw for about 6 touchdowns. Do you remember?
Yeah.
They went for like 400 yards.
Yeah.
What's the actual line right now? Saints minus 195 on the money line. Wow, that's tempting.
What's the under? Is it under 40 yet?
43.
Dustin says Diggs is the purple OBJ. Riku says Cousins goes to Thielen too much. That's why the offense sucks. Deer Slayer's going to try and ship you a Star Wars movie.
Nice, Slayer.
230 likes. Go on, boys.
Yep. We might have 600-700 people with us for the Super Bowl.
Easy.
Wow.
Give me that sack. Give me that fourth sack.
You got one
So
more?
we only need one. We need one more, right?
Go cash that. Go cash that.
Coco Bongo. The Irishman is a 3-hour-long Depends commercial.
No, I always put it on when I go to bed. I just put it on when I go to bed. I mean, I've gone back and I've watched the first hour and a quarter probably 3 times.
Finds Kamara underneath now, so it's still going to be third and pretty long.
Oh,
they're definitely going to have to be.
If we get the sacks prop, that would be 17 out of my last 22 football plays hit on this show.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
OG Johnson, are you sure, guys, about the sacks? Yeah, 100%.
I thought there was 3 sacks on Breeze and 1 sack on Cousins, if I remember
I've
right.
seen
But let me
4.
just
I've
double
seen
check.
4.
Well, hey, I'm using ESPN, and we know how fucking terrible
that can be a problem.
It
says they each have 2 sacks.
Yeah, I've seen 4. I've been watching the fucking game. You know what I mean? I don't care what ESPN is saying. They show the scores 13-10.
Taka says, "Why aren't you guys pounding the Vikings money line?"
Right.
I don't know if it's time yet.
No, you wait. Have a little look at the end. Finish should have been pounded is the under 50.
Yeah, we waited on the Titans money line yesterday and we pulled the trigger with like 6 minutes left in the game at even money. I want to wait. RB Fern, shout out to my guy RB Fern. Prince of the City, still that Vikings line.
No, RB Fern
out of its mind. Yeah. That Vikings line is playing out of its mind.
Yeah, they're saying they counted that Diggs play as a sack. Well, all right, works for me.
And he made a great point earlier. The longer that you don't have to use Kirk Cousins and you could rely on Dalvin Cook, the better the odds are that the Minnesota Vikings win this game. That's a great point.
Exactly.
And I tell you what, and then this is mad because I fancy the Eagles to go into the Packers and do a number on them. So how big is that game this afternoon if the Vikings were to be successful here? The Vikings will go to the 49ers and the Eagles will go to the Packers.
Stephen Martin said Jay still thinks the Saints are going to roll. No, I don't. Obviously, this game is dictating that the Saints are not going to roll. I do think that they could still win this game, though.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
Can't be right 100% of the time.
Oh, Jersey Jinx says Eagles aren't winning. Well, let's hope you hang around, my lad, because one of us will be fucking smiling. What's Ant, has he gone shopping to get his food? RB first says, I got the Packers Chiefs Super Bowl. I don't think the Chiefs beat the Texans.
Um,
10 is big number. Let's just go back to that. Next
Prince. I thought The Irishman was good, bud. I didn't think it was great. I thought it was good. Liked it. What were you saying, Fletch?
Just looking and just to see the difference in the Kansas and see if anyone's popping their head at 10.5 for Kansas City. They're all at 10s and 9.5s now, though, right across the board. Open 49, still sitting at 48.5 to 49. Wow, big pass interference call against the Saints.
If Minnesota gets in the end zone right now, the Saints are in trouble.
What's up, Philip Age? Glad you could join us.
Listen. The thing is with the Vikings, they had like first, second, third, fourth, and goal, and just walked away with 3. And so even 3, it's a little bit like last night with the Titans, and also the Bills and the Texans. The Vikings are 6. If they're 6 points up with 3 minutes, 2 minutes to go, and Drew Brees has got his, damn well he's getting that touchdown to win 17-16, or 23-19, or 23-20.
Wow, he hasn't even thrown the ball in the direction of Stephon Diggs one time today. Holy shit. That's incredible.
Well,
wow.
I think Cousins is someone that does take that into account. So let's see if we get a target here on this big third down drive.
Just don't force it. Just do not force it.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
He gave up on the play. The man in coverage.
And what do they call him? Jackrabbit? Jenkins? No, Jenkins has been on was that Lattimore? On Thielen?
He just gave up on it. It was Lattimore. Yeah, he ran underneath the play. Lattimore.
Yeah. So give Jenkins credit for doing a good job on Diggs. He was on him again.
Thielen.
Oh, Maxwell Smart 69 unit whale play on Vikings money line is going to hit.
Fucking Max.
Well, what is that? Is that a helmet to helmet?
Helmet to helmet.
First time the ball got thrown at Diggs all day.
This will take it right down half the distance to the goal. No.
That's not a penalty. What's wrong with that?
Don't know. What is it? There's no penalty on the play. That's got to be the shout. What did he say? Did he say there's no penalty on the play?
I don't know.
Spread, what's your man say?
I don't think they did a penalty at all. I think they waved it off, but it's still a 9-yard gain, even without the penalty. 2nd and 1. And I mean, we knew what the play call was going to be there, right? But for the Saints are already in the red zone, and this is more time coming off the clock. They want less plays than possible. Diggs is getting frustrated.
Dalvin Cook's not getting these yards, Flash.
But yeah, he needs to
We
break.
got plenty of time too.
The longer this game goes on, with them being in the lead, the more that they're going to use Cook.
There he goes. I thought Cousins would kind of try and force it in there to Diggs, and it looked like he did on that play, and it didn't come back to him. But I think Cousins is a guy that is aware of that stuff and sensitive to it. I think he definitely wants to keep his receivers happy. And watching the replay, actually, Diggs did run a good route, and he was open. He didn't really force that ball.
I tell you what, he showed some great hands.
Yeah. Well, Diggs is a great receiver. I think this shows you how good the Janoris Jenkins is. I don't even know what happened there. But this is just more time going off the clock, right? Flash, if you on your under, I mean, this is just fantastic for you, right? These drives, this time keeps ticking. And this is a huge drive here because everyone's fighting on the sidelines today, huh? Now I see Lattimore getting into it with teammates.
Latimer's frustrated with his own performance because he gave up on that play and ran the wrong route.
If they get in here, Flash, Saints are in trouble.
Well, the Saints are in trouble then. Oh, wow. Did he get stopped?
No way.
Yeah, I thought it looked good on first drive. I was surprised that he was
Dalvin Cook again. No. I'm saying he's going to go back and have another look at this.
Well, here's the best look.
Correct. Wow, how has he ever given that? He's had a right guess up the geezer. Oh, I don't know, maybe. That's the best one, the overhead. Because I'll tell you what, there's no way anyone could give it from this angle.
Yeah, they're not going to reverse the call based on this.
Yeah, because they can't see it.
Well, for our team total, that's pretty good, huh, Jay?
Yeah.
And even though the touchdown went in, Flash, I mean, that was a long drive.
Yeah.
Time just keeps coming off that clock for your unders. So really interested to see if the Saints down 2 scores really open it up and go 4 wide here.
The way this Saints offense has looked today, I mean, do you think that's the last time Minnesota scores in this game? Let's say they put up another 3. Let's say just 3. They're going to the Saints have to outscore them by 14.
Well, it's only 2 plays, isn't it? That's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you could see this. You could see this being even you could see this being going into overtime, 20-all.
I think the Minnesota Vikings get on the board again.
Obviously, the Saints are not where they want to be, but it's a 10-point game with 18 minutes left.
No, exactly. I mean, no rush.
The Texans were getting completely dominated yesterday. They were down 16, came back, won that game. I'm not predicting the Saints to come back and win here, but just to count a playoff team with this caliber of talent on offense as dead, being down 10 points at home.
No, and it might change when they open up and they go 4 wide, right? Let's start attacking some of these these nickel and these dime backs, right, that aren't good enough to be starters, that aren't always in the game. Let's start attacking some of them. I mean, Drew Brees, you might say his arm's dead, but he can still read a defense. He can still pick apart his own. Let's give him some more options and kind of force the Vikings to play man-to-man and see how they deal with that, because they've done a great job stopping the run. And I know that's what Sean Payton wanted to do to start the game, but, you got to make adjustments. And I think that we will see that out here on this drive. So let's see how much he really opens up this offense here, because down 2 scores, now's the time.
See, this is another one. How are the referees giving this as a touchdown? He can't see the ball. How does he see the ball?
He can't.
Kenny wants to know what the Saints money line is right now. It's about plus 180.
See, that tells you something. Why are they not plus 300?
Because they have a great offense, and it's not that inconceivable that they can get 2 touchdowns here in 19 minutes of football play.
Oh, without a doubt.
But when it comes down to it, can we all just agree that the spread was right on the money with that Vikings plus the 8?
Well, let's wait. This is the NFL.
No. You're over nose with that. Because you're 29, basically 29-10 up.
I don't know. Like, obviously, the Saints are an underdog to win this game right now. I just think people kind of jumping the gun saying game over, Saints dead, Minnesota rolls. I mean,
They're
obviously
not a crazy. They're not a crazy dog either. They're only plus 160 right now.
Yeah, 195 in a place. That's what I'm saying. If they were crazy, it'd be like plus 350, plus 400.
Wow, that was a terrible play.
We almost got it. We almost got our sack there.
If that would have been intercepted and ran back, then I'd be like, okay, put a fork in it. Breeze. But the Saints being down, though, let's all just look at the bright side, okay? It really, really helps out my Kamara rushing prop. I mean, we all know that that's like literally the most important thing in this game.
Yeah.
That I hit the Kamara.
We want the sack and the Cook one.
All right, now they're opening up. They got, I guess we call this trips, maybe. I don't know if it's the normal trips, but and they run out of it. And they run out of it.
Why are they giving Kamara the ball? Pieces of shit. Come on.
Well, because they're trying to spread them out and get 6 defensive backs on the field, and then go ahead and try and run the ball, since they haven't been able to run against the base front.
And the good
I like what Peyton's trying to do here.
Yeah, I do as well. And the good thing is also that there's only 10 points in the game. So if he goes into 4-down territory, he's going to punt still.
Oh, definitely. At this point in the game, definitely. They went trips again to the opposite side. And a screen.
They're going to have to punt.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if I like the screen on 3rd down here, right? Let's see how they're going to play these trips. Looked like they went man coverage the way that they put everyone over there, but that could have just been the way they were shading their zones. On the screen call is actually tough to play. It's tough to see what type of defense.
How many yards is Cousins on? I wrote down 4 bets today. Cousins under 268, under 42 plus 240, under 46.5, and the Vikings plus 4.5 first half.
Fake.
Did it work? What's the flag?
It does not look like it worked. But there's a flag.
What was it? Illegal formation or what?
5-yard penalty, replay, 4th down.
That's bad.
For start.
Yeah.
That would have been a first down, too.
Yeah, they would have got it, yeah. Nice to see he's like that, though, isn't he, Peyton? You just don't know what's going to be next.
Yeah.
It's a good game, this. Taysom Hill, look, he's even on special teams. What a valuable player he is.
Coco Bongo says Breeze bet his whole year's salary against himself today and going to cash in big.
Who? No one even take that bet. I mean, these ideas are just. I hope that was just a joke. I'm sorry. I should have realized that. I think I need some snacks. I need some food too.
Yeah, he went over about 85, didn't he? Freeland. How many yards?
Yeah, with that last one. I'll double check the stats right now. I'll be right back.
Shout out to the 281 people still watching this show with us today.
Brilliant.
Hanging out.
Oh, there's a big play there. The Saints need a 3 and out on this drive, so that definitely helped.
And Cook weren't in the backfield as well.
No.
I mean, he jumped he jumped through that line of scrimmage so fast. I don't think it would have mattered if it was Cook or Madison.
Yeah, it was probably better off.
Yeah.
It'd be Madison to help out your yardage prop, Jay, because the 2 yards were lost on that play.
So do we know what Cousins is on at the moment, yardage?
Here, let me look it up.
Thank you.
I think someone in the chat, I think, said like 150 something. Oh, there it is. No, wait, never mind. Are they calling the play dead?
We'll have a look at it.
False start.
Oh, no, that's the worst. False start. Shit. Cousins at 170 right now, Flash.
Yeah, so he needs another 100 yards. I knew
Too bad
that.
you can't decline a false start.
Yeah, you should be able to. You can if it's on yards. Oh, look how good. What a good play that was. That's twice in 2 plays now they've burst through that line.
He's 14 for 22 for 170 yards.
Oh, it says here, Sean M. Mack says Cousins is 153 yards.
No, that's probably because the total passing yards is right around there because the sacks count against the pass yards, but it doesn't count against.
Is that a fumble or not? Is that a fumble?
Yeah, that one looks like a fumble, but now they're arguing with the incompletion.
Let's see. Incomplete. Let's have a look. Latimer, though, he's pumped. This is good shit, this. Let's have a look.
So close to the last sack.
Right, hang on.
That's incomplete.
But they seem to be up, don't they, the Saints? They seem to be coming for them now. I bet they're not plus 200 now, are they?
No, yeah, but that's a good call, though. That was incomplete. But 3rd and 17, big here. This is a big play. Wow, really? Oh, okay, good. Phew. I mean, all right, that's what we needed for us to have our bets on the Saints still live. We needed a 3 and out there.
Wait, Martin Riggs said Flash is a mush. What is a mush, Martin Riggs? And where are you from, Martin?
Mush. That's when you mush a bet. So it's like, say I'm like, hey, I got the money line on this side, and you're like, oh, can't lose now. No, there's no way that money line loses. You're going to hit it all the way, and then it loses. We say that you mushed the bet.
Oh, okay. It's like a Jonah. Unlucky elf.
Like your jinx.
Yeah, jinx. Yeah. I still gotta.
But also, Martin Riggs, where are you from?
Rollsville.
Trollsville.
Yeah.
Ant. Silly.
Yeah. Q. Jinx.
Nico says, if you would have told me that the Saints scored 10 points in 3 quarters, I would have said you're out of your mind.
Yeah.
You kind of have to agree with that one, Nico.
I don't know. Someone said they could be very, very low scoring game.
Kevin Taylor wants to know did Jay hedge out of the Saints money line play? I'm pretty sure Jay at some point's probably already hedged out of it or done something with it. Or he might just let it ride.
I didn't bet a normal, like, really big amount. So I'm good. Even if it loses, I'm not going to lose a ton of money. But I was thinking about coming over the top with the Vikings money line minus $2 big for like $4,000 to win 2. But we're not there yet.
Robert Kahn would like to know, can the Saints even score in this half?
Oh, yeah. I still cannot see this. I think that this is a coin flip still. I think this could be 2020. Goes into overtime.
I wouldn't mind that.
No.
Dalvin Cook got 3 yards in that quarter.
Right.
I need him to break one run for like 20 yards. And then
Dalvin Cook got 3 yards in a quarter where they're trying to just run it out.
Yeah.
That's fucking stupid.
I don't necessarily think that they're trying to run it out yet.
Yeah, he didn't get the ball like the last 4 plays, 4 rushes.
That was a hell of a punt. Whew. Rocketed that punt over there.
Oh, I still remember this one. So for this Minneapolis Miracle, right? I had the Vikings, and we were up in Reno, and I was pissed because I put like 500 on it, and I thought I was going to lose, and so I said, "We're going home. Let's go to the car." And we're walking up to the car, and we turn it. You know, it's on the radio. You know, right when we turn the car on, and we hear the announcer saying they win, and I go, "Oh, good thing we didn't rip up our tickets." You know, you get mad and rip up your tickets. Yeah. So we're running back in the casino to cash our ticket after I'd already, got ready to hit the road because I thought I had lost the bet.
Ooh, there we go. That's the first down.
And there's the first appearance of Jared Cook so far today. And you know what's funny was I was looking at his over because he was really not targeted a lot, and then Brees started to use him more as the season went on. He's a great weapon at tight end, at least as a pass catcher. One of his weaknesses is he's not a very good blocker. So when he's in the game, it kind of indicates to the defense that a pass play is more likely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, they're still trying to get the run game going. I mean, Sean Payton is he's aggressive, but he's still kind of old school in that regard, where he still thinks that everything is predicated off a nice run game.
Yeah, problem is they really aren't getting it going. I mean, that's just another 2-yard gain there.
Yeah, there's definitely enough time here, but if this drive fails, you're going to have to abandon it completely. There's Kamara underneath.
So they're going to have a short third down here. Do we think they have to get this? If they have to convert this third down, if they're still going to be in the game?
No. Xavier Rhodes is out, but as I've mentioned a lot in the chat, he hasn't been the best player so far. So I don't know how much of a drop off it is from him to replacement.
What price overtime, Jay?
I don't have that problem.
Okay. There it is. We needed that one.
It's Cook again. Cook's a big boy.
I know it's going to sound really mad, and I am mad anyway. I only see the Saints winning this. I only see the Saints winning it. We said right at the very beginning, how many times do we say that in this show? That this is going to be a final quarter, and if you need the Saints, they'll do it.
Well, that was a big conversion there on third down. They're lining
Yeah.
up. They might run
And
this
Cook's
play.
a big target, too. He's tough to cover because he's so big. He can get any 50-50 ball if you try and put a corner on him.
Oh,
Too
there
fast
you
for a
go.
linebacker. That's a tough matchup.
About good 20. How
Here's
many
Ted
yards was
Ginn.
that?
You remember him? Good Ohio
Yeah.
State kid right there.
Yeah, I normally have him. I
Nice
normally
little
have him
Buckeye.
for any time.
It's a nice little 20-yard gain right there.
And now they're in 4-down territory, by the way. You don't mind rolling the dice. What price are they on the money line? I bet they're like 110.
140.
Wow, 140 is crazy for a team down by 10.
Not
Helen
really.
McClain thinks the Packers suck, by the way.
Yeah, no, I'm hoping that the
Don't tell Heather Lane.
no, she'll be after you. See, the good thing is here that the Saints only need 2 scores, so they're happy to take the free.
Yeah.
Make the stop.
And other than that one little throwaway run play, right, they've gone more to just passing every down, which I think the way that Minnesota plays defense is the way to attack this team. I think the weakness is in the secondary, not in the front 7.
I don't think there's many people throwing their tickets away who's picked up the Saints.
If you guys want to get on that under in the next game, I hope you guys didn't wait because the first half under is already down to 21. I grabbed it at 21 and a half when we were talking about with Donnie earlier.
I'm not
Nice.
liking the under.
Prince of the City says they're in girlfriend range.
Prince, he's a man. Ask him what he thinks of the Eagles, because he's a big Eagles man, and he fades him against anyone. He'd fade him against a college side.
Yeah, Prince, give us a quick Eagles breakdown. Aaron D said he threw his -7.5 ticket away.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that one's
Riku
good.
thinks the roads is so bad it's good for the Vikings. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how their depth is at that position. Chris Blanchard got OT at +386. Yeah, Untouchable Jay, I saw that line moving. So money has come in on Philadelphia. And hey, they're a tough team at home. That's a tough team, tough place to play.
Yeah.
And
one-offs.
Yeah, you got a coach with a Super Bowl resume. I don't like that. I don't mind that look at all. Dutch Boy Fresh says Cook has been the best player on the field. Reminds me a lot of yesterday with Henry, all thinking the Pats come back, well, besides Jay, and they just couldn't stop him.
But he's been out of the game. Has he not been watching? He's been out of the game.
Rudolph is still sitting at 3 receptions.
I know we haven't got them all second half.
Cook's only got 2 receptions so far. 2 receptions for 30 yards.
Yeah. A lot of these props are slated to go under, right?
Just slowing
Yeah.
down.
Well,
much offense, right?
Kamara's way under right now. He's only at 21 yards rushing.
Yeah,
7
Thomas
carries,
is probably
21
right
yards.
around it.
Thomas is at 5 receptions. He's definitely going under. Hey, there's a big, nice little burst there on that run. We got a first down, another first down.
That was Latavius Murray, though.
Yes, sir. That's what I want to see. Get that.
I know,
run.
Eric. I thought we were looking so good on our sacks props and our Rudolph prop, and we're just sitting on it.
Well, if it makes you feel better, spread. Most of the chat had that Rudolph prop at 2.5.
Good. I'm glad.
So
you have pissed
No,
on
and I'm not
people's
losing
chips.
any money either.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like I know you haven't lost. I know you're not going to lose it. So it's just like everybody who tailed you on that is already won. So we made somebody some money.
Yeah, and a couple of them got it at plus money too. So that's a great look.
Yeah, all right, there we go. We got a game again.
Yeah.
Taysom Hill.
Good play.
Anytime plus 240 catches.
10 minutes left, down 3.
Game over.
I'll take Breeze.
Okay, no shit, you will.
And boy, once they just decided to let Breeze play the game right and give him 3 chances every drive, let's use Kamara out of the backfield as a pass catching target, and that's just bad defense. I don't even know how.
That
I don't
could
care
be
if he's in your zone. You don't just let him run by like that.
Jay, you haven't moved, have you, on the money line?
That's a miscommunication.
You're home and O's, my friend. This just stunk of the Saints winning this game for minutes upon minutes.
I mean, they're still. I can get them at even money right now.
Yeah, baby.
What I was going to say is that might be the crack in the dam that blows it open.
Yeah.
Do you think the Saints, if the Saints hold them to a 3-and-out on this next drive, you think game over?
Or if the Vikings don't
No.
score.
If the Saints
No,
hold
it's not over.
it out, do I think it's over? Not necessarily, but I do think they would score.
I think the Saints score again. So even if they get a field goal, I can see this being 24-23. And don't rule out the 2020 that we've been calling for ages.
And Jay, you'll be excited to know that I have been glancing at I've been trying to multitask and been looking at some props for the next game.
I like it.
What's Wentz for yardage?
270.5, and that's what I was looking at. He's gone over that a lot lately, but I kind of like him to go under. With the injuries on the offensive line and the fact that I just think this game's going to be low scoring and tight, I just don't see a lot of yards period in this game. I'm kind of looking for unders on wins.
Been going over against who? Like the last 4 games, the Giants twice, the Redskins.
Yeah, here let me pull up the stats here. The Giants, the Cowboys. He went under that number against the Redskins, actually. The Giants again, and the Dolphins.
I mean,
and then like all the games before that, the game against Seattle, the game against New England, the game against Chicago, Buffalo, Dallas. He went way under 270.
4 of those games, you're talking about the bottom 5 teams in the league.
Yeah, and I specifically remember the previous one against Seattle because I had him under 254 against Seattle, and he needed 50 yards in the last drive of that game to get 2 yards over that total.
Wow, what a bad play that was.
What play?
Well, the last touchdown. The cover let him run straight by.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So you're now ahead of us again, and
I really need Dalvin Cook, man, to get yards.
Well, they're going to need it now because everything's against the Vikings at the minute, apart from the scoreboard. Untouchable Jay, garlic bread. Yes, mate, yes. I did order some garlic bread, but as it wasn't a takeaway and it was home cooked, I didn't get it. Oh, Prince of the City says I put my opinion in the chat. Is it a good opinion or not?
Come on, Cook. Jesus.
He likes the Seahawks in the over. That's his opinion.
Yeah. As I said to you before, though, he'd take a college side against the Eagles.
I lean Eagles, but not enough to make that anywhere close to even a bet, not even like a half unit bet. I just lean the Eagles side. I think it's the sharper side, but I do like the under first half under. I took the first half under 21.5.
Saints D's got to come to town. There's your first.
We got third and 1 is what's looks like it's going to be.
When you get another 4 or 5 there?
Yeah, it looked like he was going for the first down, but they smashed him right at the line to gain like a ton of bricks. So we need this. If we want the Saints to win this game, we need this. We need them to turn the ball over here.
No. We want them to just because they're not going to take a 50-yard field goal. We want them to get another first down, take another 3 minutes off the clock. Then they punt. And then Breeze goes down and either 20-20 or 24-20.
Prince of the City says friends at the game and says it's not windy.
I need 26 yards. Can't believe I'm going to lose.
From Dalvin?
Yeah.
No.
Ham's the third string court running back.
No, he's the fullback. The third string running back was someone else.
There's still fullbacks.
I can't remember, but everybody streamed him in the in week 16 the fantasy playoffs. He was like the popular stream target.
Again today.
But this clock just keeps running, Flash.
I mean, come on. Why is fucking Stephon Diggs running the fucking football? Jesus Christ.
Jim, I think you're under 56 is pretty good.
Josh
Guy.
Rogan. Josh Rogan, are you with me on the unders?
Yeah, he says waste that clock.
We'll get a sack. We only want one more sack as well.
We got a big third down here now. Oh, it's Amir Abdullah's the third string running back for the Vikings. That's ridiculous.
Was that it? Was that the one?
Yeah, Abdullah should be the first string running back.
Why? Because he went to Nebraska?
You can read me like a book.
Yeah, no, I'm getting good at it. Cheesehead, he was talking about the second game. Ant was talking about the next game.
I was about to say, how did he catch that and then he didn't? So that's how he didn't catch that.
It's a huge
sure
change of possession there.
Yeah, sure as fuck need that in order for this these bets on the Saints to come through. Middle my teaser, Saints money line, etc.
Sacks. You're going to get your sack late on, Jay. You know, like when one of them are chasing it and they're going to have to produce. All right, that's a decent kick.
You got a decent amount of back on that return.
28.
Yeah.
Oh, he's on the 28-yard line, yeah. Ken Peacock said he took the Saints plus 1.5. Slowly now.
The second half under is looking pretty good.
Oh, it was never in doubt, was it?
Well, I mean, I got under 28, under 26 at even money. So hopefully it stays at we just get the one touchdown from the Saints with no time left. Ding, 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 ding. Kind of
but even if they go to overtime, you're only looking at 20 points in the second half. Max.
Jay, you need a monster?
What?
I'm asking if you need a monster.
I'm getting aggravated with this game.
Oh, the props aren't coming through?
No, this Dalvin Cook prop fucked me. I don't
Mark
know.
says the Vikings are plus 140 money line at DraftKings.
That's great.
Nobody's too happy about the Allstate commercials agent.
They have the lead with 7 minutes to go in a playoff game, and they're plus 140 on the money line.
Yeah, it seems about right the way the second half is going, though, right? I mean, we've talked about the adjustments before. They've kind of taken away the run game and doing a little better in pass protection. And I think by opening up their offense, they're able to move down the field.
How many likes we got in the chat, boys?
234.
Wow. We've never had 300 likes on a video before. We need 66 likes, boys. And we're switching videos in 15 minutes, I think. So could we please get those likes? Can you get us to 300 before we head over to the next video for the next game?
Ooh, there's a pass to Hill. Can we get Thomas longest reception here? Connor would like that. I know you like that, Jay. How many do we need Thomas for? Over 24 yards, right?
Yeah, 24 and a half.
Let's get that. Jeff Murillo says stop switching videos.
Yeah, it's not my call. It's not. Unfortunately, it's not up to me.
They want a different video for each game.
Taysom Hill is Drew Brees' stunt man. I like that.
Such a good football
Man with a creative name.
Aaron D says, I can't hit the like button twice, you Trump voters.
That's funny.
Yes, but 15 added people. We're at 249. So we only need 250.
We're at 250.
We need 50 likes, and we need everybody.
It's going to be hard because we have more likes than views right now.
Yeah, but how many of them
people
viewers?
watching? I mean, so everyone who's watching liked the video, and it still doesn't equal the amount of likes we have. But this is a record amount of likes. That's pretty.
Third and one.
18 thumbs down, huh?
Well, Max has 18 burner accounts.
Plot twist: Max is Martin Riggs.
Prince of the City says, Jay, smoking on YouTube make it to in jail like Jimmy.
Jimmy didn't go to YouTube jail for drinking.
Yeah, what's crazy is that that YouTube ban from last month, wasn't that over a video that was like 4 years old?
Yeah, 2006, 14 and 16.
Jimmy wasn't even with the company.
No.
Yeah, how the hell do you go back 4 or 5 years on a sports betting channel to find some video that doesn't mean anything to anyone anymore? What were they looking? Was somebody trolling through some random video where they're like, these are my picks for the 2015 playoffs?
Yeah.
And they got mad that some play from 4 years ago lost, so they flagged it on YouTube?
No, I'll tell you what it was. I think it was more like it wasn't swearing or anything like that. Otherwise, fucking Max would have his own fucking cell, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think it was something maybe like a copyright or something like that, where we advertise.
A copyright. Foreigner copyright will get you banned off of YouTube, but everything else I think pretty much goes. We asked some questions from Jenna about what the place for the next game is.
Personally, I have not made a play yet.
You have to just wait and see. I want the Eagles to win because I've got the Eagles.
I'm on the Seahawks.
Yeah, I've got the Eagles in future.
We always got to be opposite one game, Flash.
I know, but mine are for futures. You know what I mean? So.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I took him straight up.
You took who?
I've got the Eagles.
I took
in the
Seattle.
futures.
Deer Slayer says first player run. That's lost 3 times in a row, Deer. You're not going to back off that?
Kamara split wide. I like that. Wow.
Whoa, go, look at Hill go. Look at Hill go. Beast mode, motherfucker. Holy shit. Look at that son of a bitch run.
And now tell me that he's not been the best player in the game.
Right?
And
He's got the best pass. He's got the best touchdown catch. He's got the best run. He does everything.
Yeah, he's
Player
a proper footballer.
and how about Sean Payton here? Sean Payton drives down the field. Breeze is just slicing apart a weak zone, but then he switches it up the very next time, doesn't let Zimmer make the adjustments, and goes with a completely different attack, and it's working great. The stunt man.
How does Sean Payton only have one Super Bowl appearance? Can someone explain that?
Well, he got robbed last year, didn't they? We all know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, no.
He was also suspended for a year.
Oh, my God.
That's great for your Dalvin Cook prop, Jay.
Is that that's not a sack, right?
That'll be a
Of course
sack.
it is.
Sack fumble.
It's a strip sack. It's a strip sack.
So we cashed the sack prop?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to say for sure, but
No, yeah, 100%.
Right?
100%.
Yeah.
Look, see, contact's made, so that's good enough. Yeah.
Aaron D wants to know if the Saints minus 7.5 has any chance at all, because this trash bag has a clean bag in it, so it's very easy to grab it back out.
So let me ask you a question. Can you imagine if I got the 27 yards I need rushing?
They punt.
Cook.
And they punt, and then Breeze goes down and ties the game. Because here he goes.
He can't do a fucking thing. What a joke.
Well, they stack the box.
I'm gonna check the stats real quick just to confirm,
we got it.
The chat.
No,
we got it.
100%. 100%.
Cash it. Put it on the board.
Strip sack.
Put it on the board.
Wow, this is
what
risky.
was that from Cousins?
Wow, that's risky. Why would you even let him roll out? Why?
What
He's
in the
only gonna
literal fuck was that?
Because you know he's either going to throw an interception or he's going to stop the clock.
Yeah.
3rd and 9. Wow.
If they cause a 3 and out here, shit. NC says, "Don't worry, Cousins is still the Vikings QB. The Saints will always be in it."
Huh.
It's true. That was my main thing for going under. That in combination with the Vikings D.
Well, that might. Wow, that's a bad spot.
That's a bad spot.
Yeah.
They'll review it though, right? This is challengeable at this point, right?
Look at this.
That's a terrible spot. That's a
That's
first down.
that's a
Yeah.
first.
That'll be easily reviewed.
Yeah. And what if they do? What have a look at the face mask as well that he threw him out of bounds with?
They actually can't do that though, which is kind of weird. They can review it but they can't. Even if they see an obvious penalty, they can't add it on.
He was in a bad position, the ref, to be fair.
Oh well, he got it by the nose. He knew it, even with that bad spot. They gave it to him by the nose. So
Yeah, you even got a bother.
So if you're the Vikings on this next set of downs, are you just absolutely insane if you try running or if you try passing the ball?
Yeah, of course you are. This is a run. This is to take it down to like 140.
Yeah, you exactly. You just don't. You just have to you have to run the ball here. Although they've gotten nowhere running the ball in the second half.
No, but we only need him to break out once because remember, if the Vikings get a field goal, I don't mind it will kill my overs, but you still see the Saints coming back. We hit Cook for 25, and the Saints get their touchdown, 24-23.
Oh, never mind. That's going back. Touchdown Saints. Holy shit. Wow, the fuck, wow.
Oh, my God.
Wow, the fuck, wow. Am I going to middle my teaser and hit my Saints money line? Oh, sweet baby Jesus.
Look at the chat going.
Oh, my God.
Shit.
Holy shit. I mean, I don't know how much.
His knee's down.
Is it?
Yep.
No. Don't do that to me. Oh, his knee is down. Son of a bitch. Oh, God damn it. Do
you see how animated I got there, Jay?
Glad I didn't get too crazy. You didn't get any animated.
Well,
I didn't get too animated, did I? I just said, oh, that could be good.
It makes me laugh. All these people in the chat, I mean, I love it as well. Oh my God, wow. And then all of a sudden, the exact same people are going, knees down.
Flash out there like a fucking statue. Didn't say a word.
I was like, fucking hell. Still, we lost about 5 yards on the play, though.
Yeah. Fuck me.
Hey, wouldn't it be crazy if they came back and said, after review, the ruling on the field stands? I would get animated if that happened. Well, because when does he lose control of the ball? I mean,
no, it's he's down. Forget it. Stop dreaming.
He's absolutely down, but I mean, we've seen worse booth reviews before.
Oh, no.
I mean, I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, how crazy would it be if they're like, actually, not enough evidence? Mr. Stubby says there would be an investigation. Viper says, Flash, you're immune to all emotions. You're dead inside.
Yeah, although I did get upset last night when we said goodbye to Tom. I had to leave the arena. I'm happy to say it. I'm at one with my emotions. I mean, there's been a couple of games where I've got a bit irate because I was so much on the right side. I mean, I did actually win in them games as well, but yeah, it's amazing. It's sport. It's professional sport. Even when the fat lady is singing, mate, you have to wait for her to end the song before you can pick up.
Yeah, good point there.
They gave it to Cook again.
Had to.
Lost a couple more yards. So it looks like also the Saints did call timeout.
It looks like it's going to be Breeze with 2 minutes to go to win the game or to at least tie it, like we said 3 hours ago.
Do you think the Vikings pass here, or do they do they run the ball to force them to burn the last time out?
Don't run the ball. This is Mike Zimmer. He trusts his defense.
Okay.
See, I think he goes for and win the game here.
Well, I mean, it's 3rd and 19, though. I mean, the odds.
It could be a screen or something that's a high percentage.
What about this one? Running. What about this one, spread? He throws it 45 yards. If he's intercepted, no problem because it's like a punt.
It's like a punt.
And if he gets it, then it's game over. So for me, you give him all the protection in the world.
That's a good idea, but
you post it out.
Zimmer's so conservative. I don't see him doing that. Zimmer's conservative.
Oh, wait. It looks like they're doing it, but you got your.
Oh, we
Yeah,
already
there's
have
your-
the sack.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if that was the sack prop or not, but it's 100% sack prop now. It's a sack.
Sack.
All right, so it comes down to this. Let's all just kind of root for the Saints to win with a touchdown here, right?
Or a field goal.
I don't know. Jay and I want a touchdown. Isn't that right, Jay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out if I'm going to go over the top, though. Right now, you can get the Saints at even money to win this game in the last 2 minutes, or you could take the Vikings at minus 120.
Jay,
Yeah.
Saints, man, Saints. We called it before the game started that you wanted to be on the Saints with Drew Brees in the last 2 minutes. You got one timeout. You got Kamara. You got Thomas. You've got Tatum Hill. You've got everything going. And the worst case scenario, is they get a field goal and tie it. I don't think that even money will be there anyway. I lost my sound then.
I hear
Jay
you.
just muted himself.
No.
Yeah, Jay just muted himself.
Yeah, you're right, Jersey Jinx. Flash did call the Pats. And I got done. Emotionally, I got done on calling the Pats. But don't hold it against me, Jersey. Don't hold it against me.
I am going to enjoy, though, seeing all the, like Jay said, all the 20, 22, 23-year-old Patriots fans just come beside themselves when they don't win 12 games every year.
Or and up to 34, 35-year-olds.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, guys, Belichick's not leaving. Like,
isn't Belichick old?
they're still
they're
still the favorite to. Doesn't he seem like he's going to go till he dies? I mean, they still got to be the favorite to win the NFC East next year, right? I mean, they'll probably be minus 300, minus 400.
Do you not think
I don't
the
know. Maybe
Bills
the Bills will
close the
get
gap?
plus money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess maybe they'd be minus 200.
Eric Rosa says, I'm 32, but it feels like I've aged 20 years this game. Mr. Stubby says Peyton lost 40 seconds by not calling a timeout. Some fucking genius he is. Aaron D wants to know what the NHL plays for today is. I don't have any. I haven't bet
On
the
the
NHL.
on the timeout, though, what he's probably doing, he's probably saving it to be able to work the field because he only needs a field goal to tie. So I mean, I don't know if the 40 seconds means as much as being able to work the middle of the field.
To be fair, is Sean Payton not one of them coaches that you fucking hardly ever question because he actually goes down 99 times out of 100 and gets the job done?
Yep.
OG says this past year's been the end of the dynasties: Patriots, Man City, Alabama, Spurs, Warriors. I don't think that Alabama dynasty's over. As long as Nick Saban's the head coach of Alabama, they are still going to be in the conversation every single year. I think
is the Warriors a Golden State?
Yeah, the Warriors are Golden State.
Right. Okay.
Yep. And you know what's funny is like the Warriors wasn't even that long of a dynasty.
No.
You know, everyone talks about how they get so sick of the Warriors winning it. I mean, that was only a 5-year run. You know, the Celtics. You really want NBA dynasties? You got to look at the Celtics. Won every single NBA
That was like
title
50 years ago. There was like 8 teams back then, Ant.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm like, just in context, 5 years is not that long of a dynasty.
There's like less than 100 NBA players back then.
Kirk Cousins is 0-26.
I could have capped the crap out of that.
The Bulls dynasty was longer. The Bulls had 6 and 8 years.
It was 7 years? 6 and 8 years? Okay.
6 and 8 years.
But the Warriors dynasty isn't necessarily dead either. I mean, when they get all their players back next year.
Oh, yeah.
Their top draft pick. I mean.
Who they get back? Thompson next year. Steph coming back next year.
Steph Curry next year. And they have a huge draft pick. And they still have Russell, who will probably end up getting traded because I don't know how much he's impressing the brass there right now.
Yeah, I don't think the Warriors are a dead dynasty. It just might be a 1-year blip. Like after all, during all those years, the Bulls won the championships. There was a 2-year spurt in the middle where, what's the names? Won it 2 times. The Rockets.
Fatfish says they're giving them the field. They are giving them the field. They are,
because the time is on their side.
Yeah,
I'm not going to sing it, but time is on their side.
What, with a minute to go with these boys? Jesus.
Yeah, they're giving them.
They just want the.
They're playing that prevent, playing a nice little soft zone, not letting them get in the end zone, but they're basically saying, "Here, go for a last-second field goal, but you're not going to get in an end zone."
Yeah, but with Drew Brees and with Thomas and people like that, you can't ever give them that invite. They'll take more than that.
Wow. When did they call timeout?
Now.
They would have already called it by now.
Yeah, they would have done that, but they should have done.
He spiked it.
Is he?
What the flag for? False start on a spike?
No, it'll be not in motion or too many men on the field. Illegal shift.
Illegal shift on the spike? Get the fuck out of here. They got to go to the end zone, though, don't they? They have a timeout. They got 21 seconds.
No, there'll be 11 now. There'll be a 10-second runoff.
Oh, it was on Kamara, false start.
No, it'll be a legal shift.
How many seconds of a run? Is there going to be a runoff involved?
10.
Normally it's 10, yeah. So they're going to have one more play.
I'm 21 seconds on the clock. It doesn't look like they ran anything off.
And this is where that timeout in their back pocket, they got the whole field to try and just get their field goal kicker closer. And
yeah, they've got at least 3 plays.
Oh, there was the runoff now. Okay.
So now they've only got 2 plays.
Yeah, they can go for it. They can take a shot at the end zone, you think, and then they'd have to kick the field goal. Or, 31-yard line. This would be a 48-yard field goal.
No, they'll get 15.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a busted play and smart play by Drew. He just threw it down on the ground.
Are they going to try one more time or just kick it now?
No. You have one more go because.
No, they're putting Lutz out there now.
Kicking it.
Wow.
He missed one already. That was a lot closer than 49 yards.
And it was on the other side. I'm going to say that you couldn't get a bet on him icing him.
What the hell's he fucking yelling at? You tried to ice him and now you're complaining?
Yeah, because they practiced. Basically, when you do that, once you call timeout, they still went through with the play. So they've given him like a warm-up.
Yeah, like I never understood. I never thought icing fucking – people always ice the kicker. But I like to know the statistical data that shows that icing the kicker works.
You wouldn't have a set, right? Because I don't think you could do it.
Massive play.
It's good. We'll have a little bit of OT.
What do you think,
action,
Flash?
guys.
How far could you kick a field goal from?
I don't know. I've never really tried.
49-yarder?
I don't know. Their technique seems to be a little bit different to ours. I think I would be able to kick a a 50-yard field goal if it was sitting on, like the cup when they take the kickoff.
Yeah,
but,
the tee,
yeah, on the tee. But I'm not sure with having his hand there because you've got a sort of cup under and up,
Yeah.
So I'm not sure because we go over when we strike a football. It's the opposite.
Yeah.
We go up and over. So, but there's a overtime. So that means put it on the board, Jay. Well, put it on the board in a minute. The under 46.5 at plus 140.
Yeah, great job, man.
Great call, Flash. Chris Blanchard had it in the over plus 360.
Go, mate.
When you played soccer, you were able to curve that ball like they do.
Oh yeah.
Oh
absolutely.
Man,
Oh wait,
I
inside of the foot, outside of the foot.
I love that, man. I love watching the spin on those soccer balls. How many yards do you think that you can kick a soccer ball on the ground, like from the ground?
Oh,
46.5.
No, easy 50, yeah.
Easy 50.
Yeah, easy 50. I'd just strike a driller to 50.
Wow.
I was playing football this morning, and I was just barefoot, and I was hitting the ball 40 yards on the ping.
Today?
Yeah, this morning before I went for a swim.
Wow.
Jay, we're living in the wrong part of the world. He's going for a swim in the morning in the middle of January.
After he hit a 40-yard
Yeah. In fact, I hit one. I hit one from about 30 yards into the top corner, and I shouted over to my girlfriend. I couldn't do that if I tried.
But that under is not safe.
No, if you go field goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What we want.
I've had some questions about the comeback on the Knicks Clippers. I'll tell you what, I don't know if the Clippers care that much about the regular season, and they spent Saturday night in New York. So not a strong play, but I don't think you guys should necessarily be eager to come back on the Clippers here.
Right, I'm gonna have a little
How
look.
about this? If the Saints just get a touchdown on the first drive, or Kirk Cousins throws a pick six on the first drive, and we all just feel happy.
Yeah, as long as it's under 46.5. And Cousins yardage under 268.
Remember earlier, though, when it was 20-10, and we said, come on now, let's reel it back a bit, guys. The game's not over.
Well, when we said in the third quarter, this has got 20-20 overtime, looking all over it. And Jay went, did Minnesota score again? And we're like, no.
Yeah, I was just saying, back-to-back games, the chat's trying to throw mud on one team, bury them, claim they're dead, and now we got back-to-back games. We have overtime in it, so
yeah, it's great.
You can't overreact,
No,
with all the offensive linemen that are hurt in the Eagles Seahawks game, I like the total sacks prop over, but it's 5.5 plus.
We got 6 in this game, didn't we?
Yeah.
Right, who's getting the ball here? Vikings ball.
Oh, no, that's not good for us.
Why is it not? Has Kirk Cousins showed you anything that's going to say that he's going to go up the field and throw a touchdown?
Yeah, good point.
There's Eric Rosas. Get Rudolph another catch. Get Cook to run 25 yards.
Cook lost 2 yards.
Well, yeah, but he might get another 25 now.
He's got 84. I need like 35, Flash.
Oh, really?
80. Yeah, when I betted he had 84. He has 82.
Okay, well, let's go. Let's make it goes on a 40-yard run and gets a field goal. But it's all possible. It's not dead, is it?
Anything's possible, but let's just hope that the most likely outcome of this is a pick six on the first drive for the Saints.
Right.
Michael Thomas's long was 20. I needed 25.
Cousins will get sacked again. Yeah, I can see that. Right, just 2 seconds.
Never mind. What we want then is Cousins to fumble the ball, the Saints recover, and throw a 26-yard touchdown pass to Thomas. Is that okay for you, Jay?
Sure.
I'm trying to come up with ways for you to win the most amount of bets.
I don't really see a lot of props I like in the second game.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look right now.
First half under 21.5, maybe.
Is that still out there?
Yeah.
Ant said it was getting bet down.
21.5 minus 120 at Bet365. I think Seattle's the better team, and I think they win the game.
Wow, these are kind of high, I think. For DK Metcalf, he's 55.5, juiced heavily to the over. And I see Tyler Lockett at 65.5, juiced to the over as well.
I already took the under 270.5 for Carson Wentz, and I'm kind of interested in his interception. Yes, probably think he goes interception against this defense, because I'm just thinking he's going to be scrambling a lot, probably having to force something with these offensive linemen down.
Homer
Seahawks don't necessarily
39.5 rushing yards. I don't hate it because he's going to be their number one option, probably over Marshawn Lynch. Sanders over 29.5 receiving yards. I don't hate that either.
I like how they are simplifying the overtime rules for us here on the bottom. They just say Minnesota wins with a touchdown, so there's no confusion as to what goes on. See how they change the overtime rules in the NFL every couple of years, so you really don't know what's going on anymore. And the overtime rules are different in the playoffs versus regular season as well. Dalvin Cook got 3 yards right there.
$31 to go.
That seems like a stretch. Hey, that's a reception for Cook. Uh-oh. Is my Cook over 3.5 now live? How about one more bubble screen to Cook, and there we go. That was his third reception. I'm like, holy shit. I didn't think I was going to get 4 receptions from him, but now, how about that? Is overtime going to be my saving grace on that Cook prop? Let's see.
Dude, I'm hoping overtime pushes me over on Rudolph here too, but we'll see.
Oh, they got 2 backs. Diggs finally caught a ball.
There you go. And that's the way to use him, right? Let him beat his man right off quick pass. Not a bad play there.
Yep.
Yeah, but the most annoying thing about that play was Cook went into a... Oh, no! That was the pass to Cook, and he didn't dive for the catch.
Fucking hell.
Yeah,
Well,
I almost wonder. I think he grounded that on purpose. I think he thought that Cook was going to get blown up. Might as well just take the incomplete.
Yeah, he would have lost about 6-7 yards on the play.
Yeah, I think he grounded that on purpose.
How loud is the stadium right now? You think this place is loud as fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hand off to Cook there, Jay.
Corner blitz doesn't work, and Cook grabs another 10 yards.
The Vikings are piecing him up on this drive. They need to stop him. Robert Allen wants to know if Roma is still losing. Probably.
Imagine if I got the yards on this fucking drive, bro. Can you imagine?
That'd be gold, wouldn't it?
That would be crazy.
I don't think it's necessarily that crazy. You get another like 3rd and short, they are going to stack the box and sell out to stop the run.
Yeah,
Roma
So
is
he
still
could break
losing.
one.
Oh, he's going deep. Wow, that's going to be the game.
Oh my gosh!
Oh
Wow.
my god!
not Latimer again.
Wow.
You
Well,
think
let's
they
go.
get in the thin zone here and just end it?
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, they're not going to settle for a field goal. They want to end it because they don't want to let Breeze get a chance to come back.
That would be unbelievable if they both got their field goals, and then you'd get your proper right, Jay.
Freddie Rojas asked if Flash is on the Seahawks. No, he's at Eagles futures, so he'll be an Eagles fan with Donnie for the next game.
100%. Great throw. Oh, so he's down at the 4. Maybe at the 3. Maybe.
Robert Al says Saints will stop them. Martin.
I mean,
says
RB
Flash
Fern,
loses
great adjustment by
again.
Thielen. Yeah, I mean, whatever.
How's Flash
great
lose
adjustment
again?
by
Flash's on the
Thielen there.
under.
What?
On the under.
Flash literally can't lose this game unless they change the rules of the NFL.
No, yeah, but no, I can if they go field goal, field goal, field goal.
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Cooked stuffed.
I want to see field goal, field goal. I don't mind because if they go field goal, then Cook will get another 20 yards or whatever. How many's he got so far in this one? Like 15? They're not going to go. They won't go 4th and goal. That is for sure.
What about a pick 6 to the house right here on the end zone, or a fumble recovery to the house?
Jay Peach, I predicted 27-20 Minnesota win before the game started.
What a terrible fucking play! Wow.
Lost yards.
Exactly.
Wow.
Lost yards. I mean, if you can't go for it on 4th down if you lose yards like that.
Well, you wouldn't go for it on 4th down anyway. Because
you could.
No, you couldn't, because Breeze has still got to go down and get a field goal. Otherwise, you win.
Now they're in a 5-wide set or 4-wide set. Game over. And there's your Rudolph catch. You catch your Rudolph prop at the buzzer.
Put it on the board. All right, we probably got to switch streams now, right, Jay?
Oh, yeah.
I guess so.
And put it on the board, 46.5 under.
Yeah, good job, Flash. Great job. So we're hanging around. It looks like he didn't kill the broadcast, though.
No.
Can you kill it from you?
Oh, yeah, I can. Yeah, hang on.
All right. And then we'll switch over.
Okay, do we do that? I'll get you removed from your screen.
All right, you guys. I sent the links to your DM, so we're gonna go end the broadcast now. We will see you guys right back on the other stream in about 1 minute. We're out back after this.